Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I place an apology for Councillor Chong-Wan in today's meeting.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Massey and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that Councillor Chong-Wan be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Confirmation of minutes, please.
Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,791 meeting held on Tuesday the 12th of May 2026 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adaman that the minutes of the 4,791st meeting of Council held on the 12th of May 2026 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. I would now like to call on Mr Peter Carney, who will address the Chamber on saleability Shorncliffe. Welcome, Mr Carney. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity and the invitation today to give you an update on saleability Shorncliffe and saleability generally during what is National Volunteers Week. So most appropriate. Firstly, the origins of saleability trace back to the early 1980s in the United Kingdom with a chap by the name of Ian Harrison, MBE, founding saleability. His aim was that no person with disability should be denied the opportunity to sail. Internationally now there are 23 countries that provide an experience for disabled people. In Australia it was established in Albert Park Lake in Victoria, in Melbourne in 1991. There are now 63 clubs in Australia and 15 clubs in Queensland. Saleability Shorncliffe was established in 2007, so next year is our 20-year milestone. So what do? We're a not-for-profit that provides a sailing or on-water experience for the disabled community. We operate out of the Queensland Cruising Yacht Club each Monday during school terms and charge our clients $15 for a 30-minute sail on a dinghy or a ride on our pontoon boat, where they can be wheeled straight onto the in their wheelchair. Last term we averaged 47 clients, 47 per day, 330 in total, and this year we'll put through about 1,250 clients for an on-water experience. Our fleet consists of 9 Access 303 dinghies, which are extremely safe, 1 pontoon boat, 1 safety boat, 1 tractor and 1 trolley. And we lease a shed from the QCYC to store all of our equipment. Our volunteers, we have 70 registered. We have a good mix of ladies and gents. 44 on average turn up every morning when we operate from about 7 o'clock, 7:30. There's lots of roles. There's skipper roles. There's registration people that we require. Those that work on the pontoon. Those that work the barbecue. People that fit the slings for our disabled. Retrieve the dinghies and or drive the tractor. So lots of things that can be done. We have a structured induction program, so training is provided, and we have 2 specific training days per year. We're incredibly fortunate to have so many passionate and dedicated volunteers that turn up every week. They are definitely the heroes of Sailability Shorncliffe. The culture is one of fun, but also we're conscious of providing a safe experience for our clients. We're always recruiting, but primarily we do this in December, January, before the school year kicks off. Supporters, there's 3 ways financially that we are able to operate. We receive grants from the government and the private sector, specifically people like the Brisbane City Council through the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust, the state government's Gaming Community Benefit Fund, Kedron Wavell Services Club, the Ubuntu Foundation, and Building Approvals and Advice is another organisation. Interestingly, one of our newer volunteers, who also volunteers at the Sandgate Museum, discovered an article in the Bayside Echo from 2009 which writes about a grant of $24,000 from the Queensland Government Gambling Community Benefit Fund for 3 dinghies. Then goes on to write about a number of slings that were donated by the Brisbane City Councillor, Victoria Newton, Deagon Ward, I don't know Victoria, and the Lord Mayor's Suburban Initiative Fund. So clearly the BCC have been great supporters of what we do for a very long time. Secondly, product donations or discounts. We have people like the Deagon Bulk Meats Butcher that provide 60 sausages to us every week for our barbecue. And finally, our sailing fees, the $15 that we charge on a Monday, basically covers our operational costs of insurance, the QCYC rent, maintenance, petrol, etc. The future, to assist QCYC where we can for a long-term lease with the state government, increase our client participation numbers, potentially put a racking system in the shed because it's very tight, increase our visibility through social media, and streamline our registration procedures, and finally celebrate our 20 years in April 2027. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Carney. I'm now going to call upon Councillor Howard to respond. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Peter, thank you for coming in. I'm the Chair for our communities, and so the work that you do is absolutely amazing and fantastic to hear from you. It's always a pleasure, I think, when we hear directly from the organisations, and it's such a meaningful thing for all of the councillors to hear the work that's been going on. I know that Sailability is in other areas, and I know that some of our councillors probably are involved in that as well, but and it's really not just about getting out on the water, it's really about that building of the confidence and the connection and the inclusion and creating that sense of belonging. And so the work that you and your 70 volunteers do is absolutely critical for that, and I think everyone in the chamber can appreciate just how valuable that is. So hearing about your history and how your organisation has grown over time really highlights the strength of community spirit in places such as Shorncliffe. I've been to the QCYC. Is it the QCYC? Yes, I got that right. It's an amazing place. It's I don't know how everyone gets around with all of those boats and things, but it's just fantastic to think of the work that you're doing and to know that you're supported by the local community as well, which I think is something else that really is important. It's very exciting to hear that in April next year it will be 20 years, so we will really look forward to hearing more about some of the events I'm sure that will occur to celebrate such a milestone. So thank you once again for telling us your story. Thank you for taking the time to come and address us, and we truly appreciate all of the work that you and your volunteers do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Howard, and thank you, Mr Carney, for coming in. We appreciate.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr Carney has left some leaflets that when you come up to sign, councillors, you might like to take and inform anyone who is looking for something to do to volunteer, or somebody who may require or benefit from those from Sailability and what they do. So you please help yourself. Thank you, Mr Carney. Councillors, are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the Brisbane Metro continues to smash records while keeping Brisbane moving. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest news about the Brisbane Metro?
Lord Mayor.
Well, thank you, Councillor Adams. Happy to give you the good oil on Brisbane Metro. We have seen an incredible milestone just passed. 10 million trips. 10 million trips. And to put that in perspective, when Brisbane Metro launched, it wasn't even on day one fully operational. And so in January last year, we started the first route, and that operated through for around 6 months until the second route started. Second route then was supplemented in September last year with the opening of the Adelaide Street Tunnel. So it wasn't even fully operational for 12 months, and there's 10 million people that have caught Brisbane Metro. We have said for a long time this would be a game-changing project, and absolutely it is. To put it in perspective, we have seen an increase in patronage across the Brisbane network now of more than 27% in bus patronage, and that includes Metro. But when you drill down into the figures, that is partially because of 50-cent fares, and it's estimated about 15-16% of the increase is for 50-cent fares, and then an additional 10% plus for new bus network and Brisbane Metro. And drill down even further into the figures. On the M2, we are seeing 46% more passengers than the services that it replaced. On the M1, we are seeing 43% more passengers than the service that it replaced. And so this is genuinely a game changer, and Brisbane residents are jumping on board. South East Queensland residents are jumping on board. They're coming in from other council areas to ride Metro services, and they want more. And so do we. We want more as well, which is why we're backing the expansion of Brisbane Metro, and is why we are currently working to get the support of the federal government to go further with Brisbane Metro. The key thing here is that this will need federal government support. Going forward, any expansion of Brisbane Metro will need federal government support. There is no doubt about that. We have benefited from federal government support to now, but we need them to back the expansion. It will not happen without federal government support. I can say that absolutely. It will not happen without federal government support. It will not expand into Logan without federal government support. It will not expand into Redlands without federal government support. It will not expand to other locations like the North Side Corridor without federal government support. Now, we know the state government is paying for 75% of the operating costs of Metro as we speak. So we know
One
the
moment,
state government...
please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Griffiths, please stop calling out. Yes, it is every week. Stop calling out while another councillor is speaking. Show the same respect that you're given, please. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We know the state government is currently investigating options to expand bus rapid transit, which is what the Brisbane Metro is, to the northern corridor and the eastern corridor. And we believe that they are both absolutely essential, but they will need federal government support. Now, at the moment, we are busy working on a business case, and you know, some people might be of the opinion that we won't get federal government support until the business case is completed. Well, I just heard a yes. Well, just now, in the federal budget last week, an extra $3.8 billion was put into a project with no solid business case. The suburban rail link in Melbourne. In fact, Infrastructure Australia recommended against putting extra money into this project until there was a proper business case done. And so it is possible for the federal government to stump up right now so we can get cracking sooner on the expansion of Brisbane Metro. And so right now, we will continue to work to get that federal support. Well, $3.8 billion would be a good start. The same as what Melbourne's getting in the latest budget, that would be a good start. And that's part of a $6 billion federal contribution to the suburban rail link. And so we can deliver much better value for money than the Melbourne Suburban Rail Link, and our business case will demonstrate that. But if you need any demonstration, have a look at the first stage where it's delivered 10 million trips, transformational travel, massive increases in patronage. That's what we want to see. But when we head towards 2032, we need to ask whether we want temporary solutions delivered or permanent solutions like Brisbane Metro, temporary Olympic lanes or permanent Brisbane Metro bus rapid transit solutions. We're after the permanent legacy and we will keep fighting to get that.
Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, residents in Holland Park West are confused following Councillor Adams' so-called pause on the pickleball project in the Jockam Street Park and the lack of information they've received since. Welcome to those residents from Holland Park West who are in the gallery today. Now, I've been informed that when they asked Councillor Adams, she said to them, and I quote, "This project is happening despite your feedback." Now, this park was underwater yesterday. There are no toilets, no parking, and locals have detailed the impacts the existing courts are having on their lives. So, Lord Mayor, why do you think it's okay for your LNP councillor to just ignore the community like this?
Just remind councillors to remain quiet while other councillors are answering the question. Lord Mayor.
Well, we absolutely know that the community loves our parks, and a big part of our parks are the investment that we make in them to make sure there's things for people to do, that they can be active and healthy in the community. And I have to say, it was a great milestone when I went with Councillor Adams to open the first few pickleball courts in that location, and they have been so popular, so popular. And so there are existing courts there, and they are very well used. And Councillor Adams is proposing to put more courts in. Why? Because there's demand. Because the existing courts are very well used, and most importantly is because we believe in investing in our parks so that people can use them. It's all part of creating a better lifestyle in Brisbane, a more active and healthy lifestyle, and this is the appropriate use for parks. There's no point in having wonderful parks if there's not anything for people to do, if there's no facilities and they can't be used. And these facilities are being very well used. And so the spurious claim that has been made that this section floods, well, I'd suggest that probably the majority of all parkland in Brisbane floods at some stage, but that doesn't mean that it can't be used or shouldn't be used. We see plenty of examples right across the city of sport and recreation facilities that do from time to time flood. But, you know, for 99% of the year, they're used very well by the community and they're appreciated by the community. And what would the alternative be? To have land that is simply sitting there vacant, not being used by the community when there is growing demand for these facilities. And so as part of the consultation that we did on a citywide basis for the Olympic legacy, we heard very strongly from residents that they want more activation of underutilised parkland. And this is exactly what we are doing. And so I think this is a wonderful improvement, and it builds on something that is a proven success, that is very well used and there is strong demand for.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
On relevance, the question was whether the Lord Mayor thought it was okay if his local councillor ignored her local residents. He's just talked about a survey that less than 0.2% of the Brisbane population filled out. That is not a defence.
Councillor Cassidy, you've asked the question and the Lord Mayor is answering it. You don't get to continually ask the same question. And I'll also ask you to stop calling out so that you can hear the Lord Mayor's answer. Lord Mayor.
Well, I am very aware, Councillor Cassidy, that the first resident to object to these courts being expanded was one former councillor in this place. Now, if you know, we have for a long time been suggesting that you are part of a coalition of chaos, and this absolutely proves that and supports that point, because we know that this is a politically motivated campaign started by a Greens former councillor because That person doesn't want anyone using his local park after he moved in just recently. And I think that is really disappointing because parks are for people to use. We want people to use our parks. We invest in our parks for that exact reason. It's about what type of city you want. Do you want a city with amazing parks that are invested in and people use them? Or do you want vacant space?
It's not vacant.
Well, Councillor Massey says vacant space. That's what, that was the interjection, and I will take that. Open space, vacant space, tomato, tomato. The reality is we want our parks to be used, and as our city grows...
Please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Massey, you don't get to debate the answer. Stop calling out across the chamber. No, you know the rules in this place. You've been here long enough. When you get to ask a question, then you can speak. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. As our city grows, the use of our parklands will be more and more important, and they are a shared community asset. And parks don't just belong to the people that live next to them, they belong to everyone. But you're groaning at this, and I would very much like to point out the many projects that these councillors who are groaning opposite have invested in despite having some localised opposition from residents right next to the park. This is a common experience for any councillor wanting to invest in a park. There will always be some people who don't want to see that investment, that don't want extra people using the park. And look, that is their right. But we have a responsibility to act on behalf of the community in the best interest of the community, and we'll continue to do that. That's what we're doing in Holland Park. That's what we're doing when we invest in parkland right across the city, because it is our responsibility. And I think it's really, really important that our parks are invested in. And in fact, one of the very first things that I committed to as Lord Mayor was to kick off and continue the largest investment in parkland our city has ever experienced. And we are doing that. We are doing that. We're making sure that our parks have better facilities, that they're more usable, that they adapt as the community changes, and we want to see people using our parks. The ultimate...
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, last week's federal budget has been called another tax and spend Labour budget. In Brisbane, it's all tax, but no spend. Can you please update the Chamber on how Brisbane and Queensland taxpayers will miss out yet again?
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to Councillor Huang for the question. Madam Chair, we are one of Australia's fastest growing cities. In fact, in 24-25, Brisbane and Perth were the only capital cities to have a net inflow of internal migrants. This means we need more federal funding for roads and public transport to protect our lifestyle in Brisbane and not less. People are leaving Sydney and Melbourne for Brisbane in record numbers, yet Melbourne received $6 billion for one rail project, while Brisbane again appears to have been overlooked. In fact, there is no new infrastructure funding for Brisbane in this year's federal budget, not $1, Madam Chair. We're not asking for special treatment. We're asking for Brisbane residents to simply get their fair share. The federal government continues pouring billions of dollars into infrastructure interstate while ignoring where Australians are actually choosing to live. It's bitterly disappointing that Brisbane's new Labor federal MPs appear to have been completely ineffective in advocating for the infrastructure that their communities need. Labor's budget was also an assault on housing supply. The simple fact remains, the only way to improve affordability, Madam Chair...
Deputy Mayor. Councillor Strunk, I've asked you several times to stop calling out across the chamber like that. You know it's inappropriate. No, don't debate me. Stop calling out. Deputy Mayor.
The only way to improve affordability is to increase housing supply. You don't solve a housing crisis by whacking new taxes on it. When governments put a tax on something, you get less of it. Winding back the capital gains tax discount and negative gearing will deter investment, tighten supply and pull up the ladder of opportunity for the next generation. Housing and rents are a key driver of inflation. This will further erode real wages, increase income tax burdens and add pressure to interest rates. Labor wants you to think that taxing landlords will deliver cheaper rent. The problem is landlords don't absorb the cost. People do in their rent every single time. Look back in history to 1985. The Hawke government removed negative gearing. What happened? Rents soared and vacancy rates plummeted. By September 1987, they had an about face and they had to reintroduce it. So not only is a young person saving for a house facing all of these challenges, they're actually paying the federal government to make it worse. This is the very real consequence of budget mismanagement. While raking in all these new housing taxes, what are they giving back? A housing infrastructure investment fund to the equivalent of $3.7 million for each of Australia's 537 local councils. This will not deliver any meaningful infrastructure to support growth here in Brisbane. If the federal Labor government was serious about intergenerational fairness and housing affordability, then perhaps they should just get on and actually build some more houses. Now, when it comes to financial assistance grants, these are provided by the federal government and it's an essential, non-contested program that aids in supporting the functions of local government. However, Brisbane's financial assistance grants in 24-25 were 6.8% lower than 23-24. And our allocation of financial assistance grant funding continues to fall from 8.5% share of Queensland's total funding pool in 2013-14 to just a 6.6% share in 25-26. It gets worse. Last week's federal budget shows in 26-27, Queensland will cop a whopping $336 million cut in financial assistance grants compared to last year's budget. So where is all the money going, Madam Chair? To paraphrase a famous quote, we don't have an inflation problem because the people are living too well. We have an inflation problem because the federal Labor government is living too well. The federal budget remains in deficit for as far as the eye can see, with a deficit of $31.5 billion in 2026-27. Government spending also remains at its highest level in 40 years
Deputy Mayor,
outside
your
the
time
pandemic.
has expired. Further questions? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the Lord Mayor. It's getting very obvious that your LNP council loves to promise but then never deliver. You promised to crack down on Airbnbs and then landlords lobbied you and you dropped it. You promised Victoria Park Barrambin would remain a green space, but then you gleefully handed it over to state government for destruction. You promised to expand the Brisbane Metro north, east, south and to the airport by 2032, and now we know that it will not be ready. You promised Mount Cootha Quarry would be closed by 2025 for environment rehabilitation, a green space, an open space for all community to use. We know you're extending it way past 2032. So my question is simple. Why should Brisbane residents trust a single thing you say?
Lord Mayor.
Well, Madam Chair, that's coming from a councillor who promises more housing for everyone and abundant housing and then blocks every single housing development that happens in her ward. Promises to freeze rents when she has no power to freeze rents.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Massey.
The question was, why should anyone trust you?
Councillor, thank you. The Lord Mayor, you've asked the question, don't keep asking it. The Lord Mayor has 5 minutes to provide his answer. Lord Mayor.
Promises in an election to freeze rents when local government has no power to do such thing. And all of their actions in the Greens political party just drive up rents.
That's right.
By opposing more housing.
Point of order.
Promises.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor.
Misrepresentation.
Point of order. Misrepresentation. You haven't actually made a speech today that you've been misrepresented on about, Councillor.
Point of order, Chair. Can I get a correction on that ruling? Because previously, when you speak for a question, you have been able to do misrepresentation. So I'd like to ask a ruling on that.
Yeah, the ruling is it's not about. No, you are getting up and asking a question. That's fine, but it's whether the Lord Mayor has misquoted you in something that you have said this meeting. That is a misrepresentation. It's always been the rule. Lord Mayor.
We know that the Greens political party and Councillor Massey have a sorry record of promising things that they never deliver and can never possibly deliver. But I'll tell you what I promised. I promised to deliver and introduce the Brisbane Metro, and it has now served 10 million trips. I promised to build the Kangaroo Point Bridge, and it is now doing better than we ever expected. I promised to deliver the Breakfast Creek Bridge, and it is now doing better than we ever believed. I promised to deliver the biggest investment in parkland our city has ever seen, and Councillor Massey and the opposition are opposing that investment in parkland. We just saw that today.
Point of order, Chair.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Just to section 33(8), in answering a question, the following general rules shall apply. Neither the Lord Mayor or Civic Cabinet Chair shall debate the subject of the question, noting the question was specifically on topics that the Lord Mayor hasn't mentioned at all.
As I said previously, Councillor, the Lord Mayor has 5 minutes in which to answer or provide his answer. Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Madam Chair. Is there some reason that you're refusing to acknowledge section 33 sub 8 that requires the Lord Mayor to be relevant and succinct in answering? And is there some reason you're not responding to the point of order raised by Councillor Massey? It's not about whether the Lord Mayor has 5 minutes, it's about whether he is meeting the conditions of section 33(8) of the meeting's local law. That does not allow him to debate every other issue. It requires him to be relevant and succinct.
Councillor, I have read that again, and the Lord Mayor is being relevant to the question, which was quite a long preamble, and what he has said so far is very relevant to that. Lord Mayor.
Councillor Massey clearly asked about promises, and that is exactly what I'm touching on. I promised to keep rates low, and we have the lowest rates in South East Queensland. Hundreds of dollars lower than any other council surrounding us, and in fact almost $500 lower per year than the average for South East Queensland. I promised that Victoria Park would be a place that had something for everyone, for more to see and do. And while I had a vision for that, there's an even bigger vision now to deliver something for everyone, a much bigger vision that will actually deliver more benefit for more people, not just in Brisbane, but for South East Queensland, in fact. I promised that we would plan for the future of the Mount Cootha precinct, and that is exactly what we are doing in partnership with Brisbane Sustainability Agency, developing a long-term plan for the whole Mount Cootha precinct, for the Botanic Gardens, for the future of the quarry, post-quarrying, for the summit and the other precincts throughout Mount Cootha. We are absolutely excited about the opportunities for that wonderful precinct. And so let's talk about promises. Let's talk about the Prime Minister promising 50 times not to change the capital gearing system and the tax changes that he has just introduced. So if we want to talk about promises, let's talk about those promises, because we deliver. We do what we say we're going to do. And well, to Labor, this is a laughing matter. They don't believe in promises. They can look in the camera and promise, and then break that promise a matter of weeks later. This is what Labor does. The Greens will say anything to try and win a few votes, but we actually deliver on our promises, and sometimes circumstances change significantly, and Metro is a great example of that. That is a project that the state government stood in the way of, the Labor state government. They frustrated it. That was a project they tried to stop, but guess what? It's not only ready before Cross River Rail, it's carrying 10 million people when Cross River Rail hasn't carried a single passenger and may not for years. And so let's talk about delivering for the people of Brisbane, because that is why we wake up every morning. We wake up, I take my shot of olive oil, and I think about the people of Brisbane. Thank you, Madam.
Further questions? Councillor Dixon.
My question is to the Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, Brisbane needs more homes, and while we're planning for the future, we're also making land available for new homes right now. Can you please update the Chamber on how the Brisbane Council is supporting more social and affordable homes to be built on the north side?
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councillor Dixon for this important question. I am pleased to advise the Chamber this afternoon that the Brisbane Council will partner with Housing for Change to turn surplus council land on the north side into housing hope for vulnerable Brisbane residents. Through this partnership, new social housing will be delivered in Zilmere, with surplus council land transformed into homes for people who need secure accommodation most. This project will provide safe, secure and sustainable social housing for residents on Brisbane's north side. At a time when Brisbane faces a housing shortfall, the Brisbane Council is helping to clear the way for new homes through the sale of up to 3,000 square metres of land. The balance of the site will remain available for council operations, including sandbag collections for residents during storm season. Housing for Change will manage planning approvals and project delivery, while Council will fund the subdivision works to help fast-track the project. With modular construction, delivery will move faster and at lower cost, helping these new homes come online sooner. The development will include 16 high-quality 1- and 2-bedroom flexible homes built to Livable Housing Australia's silver standard for safe and secure accommodation. Through our partnership with Housing for Change, the project will also bring specialist partnerships with frontline service providers so residents have access to support in areas such as counselling, education, employment and community connection. The north side location was selected in consultation with Housing for Change because it sits within walking distance of public transport, shops and important support services. While social housing is a responsibility that sits primarily with the state and federal governments, the Brisbane Council is once again stepping up and doing our part to help try and deliver more homes sooner. The partnership adds to our broader work to grow housing supply through planning reform, incentives and support for community housing projects right across Brisbane. Because we all want Brisbane residents to live in homes that they can afford without constant financial pressure. The only way to improve affordability is to increase housing supply, and that's exactly what we are focused on delivering. We want everyone in Brisbane, whether you're a nurse, a tradie, a younger person, an older person, a renter or a homeowner, to have an affordable roof over their head. In the social housing space, we offer a 100% reduction in infrastructure charges for community housing providers, so more affordable housing can be delivered faster. We've already waived millions of dollars in infrastructure charges to support social and affordable housing across Brisbane, including the recently completed ARC development in my community at Stones Corner and the Kerwin in Chermside. For community housing providers, this often means savings of around $1 million for every 100 homes delivered, helping reinvestment into even more housing. So far, we've provided $3 million, Madam Chair, $3 million of support for hundreds of new homes. I'm proud that the Brisbane Council has helped make this development viable and ensured more investment goes straight into housing outcomes for our residents. Housing for Change has also secured Commonwealth funding for this project, and its mission is to change the way community housing is built and operated. The project shows what strong collaboration can look like. The Brisbane Council has a strong track record of working with trusted community housing providers to bring more homes online sooner in well-serviced areas close to transport, close to services and close to local jobs. We on this side of the chamber know that the way to help more people into housing is to increase supply, and that's why we're taking the practical action we are to deliver more homes sooner right across our city. The partnership with Housing for Change is another example of how we are doing just exactly that. And I look forward to this proposal, Madam Chair, coming before the chamber next week, and I trust all councillors in this place will support unlocking this surplus land so that vulnerable residents can access stable accommodation sooner.
Further questions? Councillor Collier.
Chair, my question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, in a letter to a resident in Lota, you stated that projects being considered through the Suburban Enhancement Fund, like the one at Cox Park in Lota, gives local councillors the opportunity to engage with their communities on projects in their wards. Yet your LNP councillor for Wynnum Manly has stated that she has no intention of seeking community feedback about this project. When did you make the decision that the community no longer matters to this LNP council?
Lord Mayor.
The community matters more than anything, which is why we invest in our parks. We invest to create more opportunities for people to get active and healthy. And, you know, Cox Park in Lota is a great example where there's netball courts that that were once being used and now are no longer used, and the local councillor wants to activate them for a growing sport that is in big demand. And so this idea that it's okay to have netball courts in a park but not pickleball courts, what is this? What is this anti-pickleball bias that we're seeing here? It's actually quite extraordinary, because what's behind it though is just, unfortunately, politics from the opposition who are all about opposing things, opposing investment in parks, opposing investment in housing, opposing investment in Brisbane Metro and transport investments. Anything they can find, they will oppose. And it's quite sad. It's really quite sad, and not good for their health either. Get into pickleball, councillors. It is actually a wonderful sport, one of the many rapidly growing sports. And the people of Brisbane are voting with their feet, and they're calling on us to deliver more pickleball courts. And so taking an area that was netball courts and converting it into pickleball courts in the same park, I think that makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. And so congratulations, Councillor Gibney, on wanting to invest in your community, because I know you are passionate about the community. And as I said before, yes, people will have views on, what should happen in their local park, but these are shared assets that...
Councillor, you've asked the question and the Lord Mayor is trying to answer it, so stop interrupting and calling out. Lord Mayor.
These are shared assets, and just like it was a shared asset for netball in the past, it can be a shared asset for other kinds of sport in the future as people's demands and needs change and trends in sport change. And so, this is another example of where we want to invest. We want to make Brisbane better. We want to make our parks better. And all we're seeing is politically motivated opposition from opposition councillors.
Further questions? Councillor Wolfe.
My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, in the Walter Taylor ward, we love our Walter Taylor Bridge. Can you please update the chamber on what we're doing to maintain this historic infrastructure asset for years to come?
Councillor Murphy.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I thank Councillor Wolf for the question. The Walter Taylor Bridge is not just another piece of...
Just one moment, please, Councillor Murphy. Sorry. We can't hear you because councillors over this side are calling out inappropriately. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I again thank Councillor Wolf for the question. The Walter Taylor Bridge is not just another piece of infrastructure. This is a Brisbane icon. It opened all the way back in 1936 and it has been connecting communities across the Brisbane River for generations. It is a bridge that has carried families, workers and commuters day in and day out for over 90 years, and it remains one of the most critical connections across the western suburbs. But Madam Chair, with that history comes the responsibility, and this council takes the responsibility as the maintainer of the Walter Taylor Bridge very seriously. The Walter Taylor Bridge, as I mentioned, is now approaching a century of service. We aren't waiting for problems to appear with it. We are getting on with the job of maintaining and renewing it so it can continue to serve our city for decades to come. That's exactly why we are proceeding with the Walter Taylor Bridge Renewal Program. Now, there are two key components to this work. The first is restoring the towers, those iconic pylons that define the look and the character of the Walter Taylor Bridge. The second is undertaking essential structural maintenance to ensure that the bridge remains safe and reliable for the people of Brisbane. On the towers, we are working to restore the rendered facades, which will give the bridge a striking and very fresh feel when complete. These works will need to be carefully staged, starting with the North Tower, followed by the South Tower, to minimise impacts on the community while ensuring that we get the job done properly. But it's the structural works that are just as important, Madam Chair. This bridge hangs from suspension cables, and those cables connect to the structure through steel components known as nodes. Over time, those nodes reach the end of their service life, and when that happens, they must be replaced because they are fundamental to the bridge's integrity. These aren't optional works, they are essential works. To replace those nodes safely, the bridge needs to be fully closed for short periods while the work is done. To accommodate this, we are planning 4 upcoming weekend closures of the bridge. We know that these closures are disruptive, Madam Chair, but they are necessary. There are 4 full weekend closures on the weekend of the 23rd of May, the 30th of May, the 6th of June and the 20th of June. We have planned these closures on weekends with alternate routes in place to minimise impacts for the community. These closures will be supported by detours, real-time traffic management and extensive community notification. We are not just doing the works, we are managing them responsibly. Right now we've already begun the early works on site and residents may have noticed this. Scaffolding installation is underway, supported by overnight lane closures, and the footpath has been temporarily closed as well. Again, Madam Chair, this is about doing the job properly so that the bridge can continue to serve our community into the future. This isn't just a short-term fix, this is part of a long-term restoration and maintenance program that will continue through 2028 and beyond, ensuring that the Walter Taylor Bridge remains a safe, reliable and iconic part of Brisbane's road transport network. I want to thank Councillor Wolf for her advocacy on this project. She is a fierce advocate for Brisbane's western suburbs. What this shows is that this council doesn't just build new infrastructure. We've heard a lot about the great new infrastructure that we have built this morning from the Lord Mayor, but we look after what we already have. We invest in maintaining our assets, in preserving their history and celebrating that history with the local residents, in extending the assets' lifespan so future generations can continue to rely on them. The Walter Taylor Bridge is the perfect example of the approach that we take. It is a heritage listed structure, it's a critical transport link, it's an iconic local landmark, and it will be, Madam Chair, for decades to come. So, Madam Chair, to the residents of the Walter Taylor Ward and to the many thousands of people that use the bridge every day, in Tennyson Ward as well, these works are about securing the future of your bridge. There will be some short-term inconvenience, but that comes with massive long-term benefits, and the Schrinner Council will always make the responsible choice to invest in infrastructure that keeps Brisbane moving, that preserves our heritage assets and guarantees these assets for generations to come.
Questions? Councillor Johnston.
My question, how long have we got? Am I going to?
Yeah, plenty of time. Ask the question.
I'll do the point of order afterwards. My question is to Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, in 2020 the Lord Mayor announced funding for the Chelmer Sports Club at Chelmer. $1.2 million was subsequently handed over the next few years. Part of that was to fix the roof of the club that was identified in Council's audits dating back as far as the 2011 floods. It was agreed through the original deed, and it was agreed in the variation to the deed that Council's $1.2 million would partially be spent on repurposing and refurbishing the roof, which was leaking. In the storms last year, the roof fell in. There has been no work done to waterproof the club. It has undergone major damage again. It's clear that the leaks have been continuing this whole time since it was originally damaged in 2011. Councillor Howard, do you think $1.2 million of council funding should be accounted for, and why can't council find any evidence that the roof was actually fixed?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I thank the councillor for raising the issue, and I will take it on notice.
Further questions? Councillor Marks.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, can you please update the Chamber on our work to help make Graceville Riverside Parklands even better?
One moment, please. Councillor Johnston, your point of order.
Yes, Madam Chairman. I rise on a procedural issue with respect to the allocation of questions. Over the past 3 weeks, you have allowed 8 ALP questions, 2 from the Greens, yet only 1 from me over the past 3 weeks. There are only 5 Labor councillors here. So why is Labor getting almost double the amount of questions as opposed to myself or the Greens in terms of proportionality?
Thank you, Councillor Johnston, and I can assure you it is allocated pro rata, and I do keep track of that, and I have kept track of that, and I have it as it is correct. Thank you.
Point of order then, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Why are you allowing biased decision-making in your role as Chair to give the ALP more questions than they're entitled to, given that I'm entitled to have a reasonable amount of questions in this place and yet am denied time after time?
Councillor Johnston, I just told you that I have allocated the correct amount of questions to all councillors. Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you I'd like to thank Councillor Marks for her question. I know that Councillor Marks always takes a very keen interest in the projects that we are delivering, so that there's more to see and do for our residents, and Graceville Riverside Parklands is exactly that kind of project. Madam Chair, I'm delighted to confirm to the Chamber today that construction of Stage 1 of the Graceville Riverside Parklands revitalisation is now underway. Detailed design is complete, construction signage and fencing went up in the final week of April, and the contractor has taken possession of the site. The project is expected to be completed later this year. Madam Chair, in 2019, we held a Community Ideas Day for Graceville Riverside Parklands. More than 250 people came along and hundreds more contributed through an online survey. And in 2020, the draft precinct plan went out for further consultation, attracting 773 survey responses and 28 formal submissions, which is fantastic. The community told us they wanted balance, new facilities, along with open green space, better walking and cycling connections, more shade, more native planting and expanded opportunities for water-based recreation. And that feedback shaped the final precinct plan, which we released in 2022. Detailed planning began in 2023. Native revegetation works along the river and creek edge commenced back in August and September of last year, getting plants in early so that they could establish well ahead of the main construction works. The existing playground, Madam Chair, will be transformed into a children's nature play space with themed imaginative areas built around the iconic boat structure that locals already know and love. The picnic facilities will be upgraded with new furniture, electric barbecues, shelters, bike racks, drinking fountains and accessible picnic settings. And we're creating a new event-ready community lawn.
Councillor Davis, but question time has now expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 11th of May 2026.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I move the suspension of standing orders to allow me to move a motion that would call on Council to establish guidelines for CEF projects to ensure adequate public consultation with local residents for park projects.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier for the suspension of standing orders. As this is a procedural motion, I'll now call for those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 19 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 11th May 2026 be adopted.
Seconded.
Has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday the 11th of May 2026 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I always do, just wanted to touch on some of the asset light-ups that we're doing to support amazing community causes over the coming week. Last night, our assets, and when I'm talking about our assets, I mean the Story Bridge, Victoria Bridge, Kangaroo Point Bridge, and other assets that are capable of being lit up. So they were lit up yellow to support National Road Safety Week, which is something we're very proud to support all year round, but particularly during Road Safety Week. Tonight, the assets will be lit up in purple to support World Inflammatory Bowel Disease Day, global recognition for people living with Crohn's disease, which affects more than 180,000 Australians. Tomorrow, the assets will be lit up in orange to celebrate Wear It Orange Wednesday, which is the national day to celebrate and thank our amazing SES volunteers. And we have, I have to say, a little bit biased maybe, the best SES volunteers in Australia, and really active and busy SES volunteers as well, and we're grateful to them. On Thursday, the assets will be lit in red to celebrate National Volunteer Week, and we acknowledge the work of so many, not just the SES, but so many volunteers that give of their time generously for so many community organisations and charities. Just earlier this week, I think it was Monday, Councillor Howe, was that right? We had the Volunteer Awards here in City Hall. Oh, it's Friday. It was Friday. And Councillor Howard was present, and that was a celebration of so many volunteers, but also the Volunteer of the Year award went to Carolyn Robinson from Beyond DV, who does an amazing job and is known to all of us for the work that she does. And we really want to celebrate the volunteers and people like Carolyn Robinson. On Friday, the assets will be lit in red again to celebrate in honour of Cystic Fibrosis Awareness Month, supporting awareness and raising funds for those living with cystic fibrosis and their loved ones. On Saturday, the assets will be lit in blue and white, the colours of the Greek national flag, because it's Panegyri once again. And this year, the 50th anniversary of Panegyri. It is, I think, our longest serving multicultural celebration that we have in the city. 50 years strong, and looking forward to Panegyri again this year. And finally, on Sunday, our assets will be lit in purple to support Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Month, which I spoke about last week. I also did want to touch on the fact that the 21st of May is Vesak, which is a significant day in the Buddhist calendar. It is the most important holiday in the Buddhist calendar, honouring the birth, enlightenment and passing of the Buddha. Brisbane has a significant Buddhist community, and I know that this is an important day for them, and we wish them all the best. I did also want to say that after the unseasonable rain that we've had over the last few days, we've got a very big operation going on citywide right now, the Big Fill. And that is our crews are out there filling potholes right across the city, repairing roads. And I would certainly encourage anyone that sees a pothole out and about to let us know. You can do that through the contact centre 24 hours a day, or you can fill in the form on the website. Because the sooner we know about it, the sooner we can fix it. And so Councillor Murphy is leading the Big Fill. I'm going to refer to him as Big Phil today, and we know that with the help of our community we can get these potholes filled sooner and make our roads safer. There are certainly a lot of crews out there right now as we speak doing this, and with the heaviness of the rain that we've experienced, we know that there are a lot of potholes that have opened up, and so we're keen to get out there and fill those potholes. I can say that so far this financial year, we have already filled more than 47,000 potholes, and so this is something that goes on all the way through the year, but obviously we really gear it up as well following significant rain like we've just had. In addition to the pothole filling, we're investing $90 million this year in road resurfacing and repairs. And this is really important as our city grows, and so we're putting more asphalt on the ground. We're replacing old roads with new roads, and this is an investment that we are continuing to gear up and very serious about, because we know that it makes a really important difference for people as they move around our city. Not only motorists, but also cyclists and pedestrians as well. It benefits everyone. I did also want to touch further a little bit on the federal budget relating to infrastructure and funding for local government. And so we've heard some discussion already about some serious shortcomings in this federal budget. And I won't even talk about the extra taxes. I am particularly interested in the lack of support for Brisbane and Queensland, and the lack of support and investment in much needed infrastructure in Brisbane and southeast Queensland when we have the fastest growing capital city in Australia. Yet we're seeing a continuation of old habits which see the federal government pumping billions of dollars into Sydney and Melbourne, often on projects that don't have a solid business case, just throwing money at these projects, and yet with the small amount of funding that has, for example, in the scheme of things, been given to Brisbane Metro, we've seen a return of 10 million trips. And so that came from an investment from the federal government of just over 400 million. 10 million trips, a 27% increase in patronage. I don't think the suburban rail line will get that kind of increase in patronage if it is ever completed. Yet they're throwing $6 billion into it, including $3.8 billion of new money. And so it is just not right that Queensland taxpayers are subsidising Victorian infrastructure projects. And so this is a very serious thing when you see that the Victorian taxpayer, for every dollar of GST that's paid, they get more than $1 back. So they actually get a positive return, yet that means Queensland, New South Wales, Western Australia are subsidising the Victorian government. So the federal government is putting their hand deeper and deeper and deeper into everyone's pockets here in Queensland. In fact, so deep, it's gone through the hole in the bottom of the pocket. It's reaching down further than it's ever reached before, and they're giving that money straight to Victoria. It is not right. It needs to change. This is the area that is growing fast. This is the area that is growing so much faster than other capital cities, and the federal infrastructure funding needs to follow. And if you look at the funding that's provided directly to local governments as well, there's something seriously wrong with the way that this funding is calculated. The Deputy Mayor referred to financial assistance grants, which is the federal government assistance grants to councils. And in this financial year, the latest budget, there has been a $366 million cut. A cut to funding for councils. And so while they're taxing everyone more than ever before, they're cutting funding to councils. And in the Brisbane situation, there's really an outrageous allocation that's going on here. And when I say outrageous, not in a good way. So a couple of years ago, we were getting 8.5% of the financial assistance grants for the whole of Queensland in Brisbane City Council. So these are grants that go to every council. We were getting 8.5%, and now that's down to 6.6%. And if you're like, oh, okay, well, it's got to go around every council. Listen to this. Does anyone tell me what percentage of the population lives within Brisbane City Council? What percentage of the Queensland population lives in this local government area? 24%. So we have 24% of the entire Queensland population here, and we get 6.6% of the federal government funding. This is outrageous. They are robbing Brisbane residents. They are sending the money to Victoria, they're sending the money elsewhere, and Brisbane residents are not getting fair value from their tax dollars that they pay to the federal government. And this is despite the fact that we have a Queensland-based treasurer. He is complicit in Queensland is getting robbed and money being sent to Victoria. And of course, it has nothing to do with the fact that the Victorian Labor government is on the ropes and needs a rescue package before their election. They have run the state into the ground. They have failed
Mayor,
dismally.
Your time has
Move for an
expired.
extension, Madam Chair.
Seconded.
It's been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
If you ever want to see an example of government failure, look to Victoria. They have taken a once great state and a once great city and they have destroyed it. And all of the good people have left for Queensland. They're living here and I welcome them. But we need the money to flow with them. We need the federal government. People of aspiration have left Melbourne.
Sorry,
they have left Victoria.
Lord Mayor, Councillor Strong, no, we've talked about this before. If you don't like it, bring it up later in general business. Don't yell out while another councillor's on their feet. Lord Mayor.
I went to Victoria once. I wouldn't recommend it. The smart people are coming here. The aspirational people are coming here. The people that believe in a bright future are coming here because Labor has destroyed the future of Victoria and destroyed the future of Melbourne. It is a genuine tragedy. I want to see every Australian city doing well, but Melbourne is an example of what not to do. It is a failed state in Victoria, and sadly, people are voting with their feet. And that's okay. We want to welcome people who are optimistic and people who have ambition, people who want to get ahead. They're coming here, but the federal tax dollars need to follow them. And that particularly needs to go into infrastructure and transport. It is absolutely critical as we grow. I just wanted to also touch on the issue of, and this is very much, I guess in many ways a micro issue, but it is an important one. I wanted to touch on the issue of fire ants because while they're small, they can do incredible damage. And we have seen a federal government that is responsible for biosecurity and that is responsible for making sure that our community and our farmers and our industry are protected from biosecurity threats like fire ants. They have completely dropped the ball. Completely dropped the ball. I remember when there was a national plan released to eradicate fire ants, and they've spent an inordinate amount of money. And what's their plan now? Can someone remind me of what the plan is now? Containment or something like that, isn't it? So they've given up, and then everything rolls downhill to local government, and they're like, "Oh, the council will fix it." Well, it is a federal responsibility. It is a serious national biosecurity issue. And the fact that there are still fire ants popping up around the place years and years later after the federal government committed to eradicating fire ants, they have failed. And they need to step up their support to do this properly, because leaving this to local governments when they're at the same time cutting funding to local governments is not the right answer. And this is not just about Brisbane, it is about our farming communities that will be devastated by fire ants, by our way of life that is impacted by fire ants. And, we're seeing these nests continuing to pop up despite the previous plan of eradication. Now, it is estimated that the cost of fire ants, or the impact of fire ants, will exceed $22 billion by the year 2040. $22 billion. So if that is not a serious biosecurity threat, I don't know what is. Now, the Christopher Foley government last year committed a record $24 million for funding Queensland's fire ant suppression task force. And there's the word. So instead of eradication, it's suppression, which is truly devastating. It should be eradication. But the federal government needs to step up. This is a very serious issue. It shouldn't go under the radar, and we're going to keep talking about it. I did want to table the Queensland Audit Office Interim Management Report, and as I do every year, the Queensland Audit Office has provided an interim report as part of their audit of Council's consolidated financial statements. Regarding the QAO's 4 areas of audit focus, no issues were identified. There are 7 internal control recommendations that are being identified. They do not require further additional audit procedures to be completed. The report also includes 5 observations previously reported, of which 1 has been resolved and 4 are being resolved. So I'd table that, Billy. Thank you. Item A in front of us is construction waste SCP, significant contracting plan. And this is for the management of construction waste, contaminated materials and hard fill recovery across Brisbane. This existing arrangement is due to expire in December this year, so we're now acting to ensure there's no service gap by initiating a new arrangement. Obviously, the City of Brisbane generates significant volumes of construction waste each year, and managing that appropriately and sustainably is a key priority for us. This arrangement gives us a panel of suppliers that we need to use to dispose responsibly of this material and recover what we can out of the material and recycle that. So the new arrangement covers 5 categories. Construction waste disposal, which includes clean fill, topsoil, vegetation and non-putrescible construction and demolition waste. Material storage, which is secure storage for materials to support Council's works program, including nighttime construction. And that particularly also includes recycled materials where, for example, we're using crushed up glass as part of our road making. We're using crumb rubber as part of our road making. We're using recycled road materials that have been taken off old roads, recycled and then put back onto new roads. And this is all part of our sustainability approach. We also have material supply, which is the supply of construction materials such as bedding sand to support infrastructure delivery. Contaminated and regulated waste disposal is another category, and hard fill resource recovery. This is a new category, and it's all about recovering and diverting hard fill materials collected through curbside activities and processed at our resource recovery centres, which are at Chandler, Nudgee, Willawong and Ferny Grove. The addition of this 5th category directly advances our diversion ambitions to make sure that we're recycling and recovering more material. And so in addition to the construction and demolition waste, this arrangement now also provides for dry waste that comes through the curbside bulky items collection and through self-hauled waste to the resource recovery centres. And so what I'm specifically referring to here is that if you're at one of our resource recovery centres and you're observing what goes into the pit, a significant amount of that can be recycled. And so this is about making sure we have a process in place to try and recover as much of that as possible. For example, a lot of steel and a lot of wood goes into the pit and it can be recycled. And so this process now helps us with that. Now, we obviously have been upgrading our resource recovery centres to provide more opportunities for recycling, but people don't always take those opportunities up. And so we've got this is effectively a second rung to try and recover some of that material that might otherwise go to landfill. So subject to Council's approval today, the arrangement will go to market on the 22nd of May with a contract commencing on the 1st of January 2027. I commend this item to the Chamber. Item B is the establishment of a new corporate procurement arrangement for essential quarrying services that will help keep Brisbane moving. At a time when our region is entering the biggest infrastructure build period in history, one thing that will be critical is quarry materials. Now, we know that there's been attempts to build new quarries in southeast Queensland and they have gone down in flames. And so having existing quarries is a valuable and important asset because quarry materials go into roads, they go into concrete, they go into building and construction. They go into Olympic stadiums as well. They go into aquatic centres. They go into all of the things that need to be built as we go towards 2032. And so having a process in place where we can support the building of this infrastructure and the creation of assets for the community is something really important. And so these arrangements cover the specialist services required to maintain reliable quarry operations, including quarry product cartage, drill and blasting activities, equipment maintenance, specialist mobile plant hire, mechanical and electrical support, and the supply of critical spare parts across Council's quarry and asphalt operations. The contracts that currently serve our quarries will expire at the end of 2027, so it's prudent that we act now to secure a new long-term arrangement that goes beyond 2032 to guarantee the supply of quarry materials in a critical time when it is needed. As part of that, we'll continue to leverage our unique advantage in being the only South East Queensland Council to operate its own quarries. And those quarries are located close to where the action is. And, quarries like Mount Cootha have the advantage of being close to where things are being built, whereas some quarries are a long way away. These assets will be critical to the supply chain and underpin asphalt production, road construction, road rehabilitation.
Your time has expired.
Move for an extension, Madam Chair.
Seconded.
It's been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And they will support road construction, road rehabilitation and civil infrastructure delivery across Greater Brisbane. The quarries supply essential materials for transport upgrades, major infrastructure projects and many other things. And we're seeing record demand for quarry materials, hence privately led proposals to build new quarries in South East Queensland. But this is where we have an opportunity to really step up and provide what's needed going forward. And whether it's supplying our own construction needs as a council or whether it's supplying other people's construction needs, this is a critical time. And where we're supplying other people's construction needs, there's an opportunity for a return to the ratepayers of Brisbane. This is their asset. And any dollar that comes in from selling quarry materials to the construction industry is a dollar that doesn't have to be collected from ratepayers. And so that helps us keep rates low and it helps us deliver more for the people of Brisbane. And so as we go towards 2032 and the infrastructure and construction boom that we are seeing gearing up, this is an opportunity to deliver a real value for the ratepayers of Brisbane and a return that helps us maintain the lowest rates in South East Queensland and also deliver more for the people of Brisbane. And I commend this item to the chamber.
Further speakers. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Lord Mayor had a lot of faux outrage in that contribution there. He spoke a lot about, obviously been practising those remarks there. And I think the real outrage today, though, is the Lord Mayor's hypocrisy on all the things he just spoke about, on his broken promises, on Brisbane missing out on generational transport infrastructure. He said he wanted $3.8 billion from the federal government. That was the figure he said that'd be nice to have. Yeah. Well, you had it, mate, and you squibbed it. Yes. The agreement that the state and federal government reached alongside Council for the Olympics was to spend over $7 billion with no new stadiums, and that money was going to go into transport projects just like the Brisbane Metro. And the day after the council election in 2024, this Lord Mayor broke that promise after having said right up to the day, no new stadiums for Brisbane, all that money should be spent on transport projects like the Brisbane Metro. The day after, he started saying, no, actually, let's just spend it all on new stadiums instead. So then the LNP state government said to the federal government, don't worry about Brisbane. Don't worry about the Metro anymore. Don't worry about expanding bus services, because all of that transport money, what's left after the new stadium, would have to be spent on the Sunshine Coast and the Gold Coast. So the reason we are not seeing a federal commitment to the Brisbane Metro is because the Lord Mayor advocated against it. Yes. The Lord Mayor squibbed it. He had this agreement in the palm of his hands, Chair, and then he went and said, spend it on a stadium instead. Don't worry about buses. Don't worry about the Brisbane Metro.
Councillor. Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented. There's some serious gaslighting going on here.
Just one moment, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I'm not sure that Councillor Cassidy was referring to something you said, because he did use believe, but while I've got the opportunity, Councillor Cassidy, refer to other councillors through the chair and using their correct name, please. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Chair. So some incredible rewriting of history we're seeing here today, and very sensitive about this, the Lord Mayor, because the history will be very clear about the sequence of things here. We had an opportunity which was promised by this Lord Mayor to the people of Brisbane that we would see in the lead up to the Olympics this generational investment in public transport infrastructure. And what will we have to show for it? We're now led to believe the Lord Mayor has asked the state government to put witches' hats out on roads during the Olympics to run buses on them. Yeah. That will be the Lord Mayor's legacy when it comes to public transport infrastructure in Brisbane, because he broke a fundamental pact and a fundamental promise with the people of Brisbane to deliver public transport infrastructure as Brisbane's Olympic legacy. And that is his legacy. That's his legacy. Oh yeah, we'll get some shiny new signs. The Olympic and Paralympic city. Yeah, don't worry, the Story Bridge will have fallen down by then, or be taken down piece by piece. You know, what a joke. What a joke this LNP regime has become. The two items before us today, Chair, these two procurement subgroup items, leave us with a lot of concerns. There's an estimated expenditure in the order of, for the first one, item A, which has commercial and confidence information in there. I'm surprised the Lord Mayor didn't just blurt it out like he normally does, but we're not allowed to, of course, in the hundreds of millions of dollars with a potential contract period of up to 7 years. And a new category is included, hard fill resource recovery, as we've heard about. So the risk analysis in this deems that elements of this contract are high risk, the highest risk category that face council due to a limited number of capable suppliers in the local market. The multi-supplier and multi-category panel will be required. So what we see here is high risk contracting out by this council in the long term, and more risk of failed service delivery. Now, can we think of another waste contract that's got failed service delivery, which also had high risk associated with it, particularly the long nature of that contract? We've seen, Chair, what happens when you fail to manage the risk for collecting residential waste. We have high and increasing rates of missed bin collections year on year, while council charges people higher rates year on year for that privilege. Recently uncovered documents revealed that Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner didn't ever once attempt to contact the contractor when things were looking bad at the start of this year. Now, the Lord Mayor last week big noted himself saying that he rang the Mayor of LA 19 times. Sometimes in the middle of the night, he said he wanted a pat on the back. But he couldn't be bothered ringing or texting or emailing or sending a carrier pigeon maybe to the waste contractor one single time to see what was going wrong in Brisbane. He probably knew what was going on with the waste contract in LA, but not here in Brisbane. So this LNP Lord Mayor has once again failed to advocate for Brisbane residents. We see that time and time again, and according to his own actions with the latest federal budget too. Maybe he was too busy packing for another international junket, Chair. Just last week, as I said, we were contacted again by residents in Tagum who have had their bins missed 5 times since August last year. 2025 recorded the highest number of missed bin reports in years, and 2026 is looking just as bad. For the month of February alone, we know the number of missed bins in Brisbane increased by over 225% over a 3-year period. So we know the Lord Mayor can't manage contracts. Don't listen to what he says, look at what he does. Or doesn't do, more aptly. So we know the Lord Mayor has problem holding contractors to account. He just refuses to engage entirely when they're not delivering for the residents of Brisbane. He says it's not his job. He literally said that. Yeah. He literally said it wasn't his job, apparently. This is a very big contract, which has very big ramifications for the people of Brisbane. So we certainly hope he's learned some things. We hope it's well thought out and his risk management plan is watertight. I hope at Harvard he learnt things in the Bloomberg School of Business. He learnt some of those things, but we have serious concerns about that. On Clause B, the subgroup, procurement subgroup for quarry services. This is an interesting one because, again, we had the Lord Mayor promising before the last election he was going to do a whole lot of things in what would soon be apparently unused quarries in Brisbane. But before us, we have 7-year contracts for council's quarries at Mount Cootha and Bracalbra and Pine Mountain, recycling facility at Pine Mountain, to ensure supply through the 2032 Olympic Games construction surge. Who would have thought that we'd need that? Obviously, the Lord Mayor wasn't up to date when he made that earlier commitment. Quarries are part of a supply chain to produce asphalt materials for road making, road rehabilitation, as well as servicing external commercial contracts from Bracalbra Quarry. The demand in total quarry material, hard rock and sand in Queensland, is forecast to rise from 56 million tonnes back in 23-24 to 66 million tonnes in the years before the Olympic Games. Now, our concern with this, as well as there's labour shortages heading towards 2032 highlighted here. There's a record demand driven by $127.5 billion infrastructure pipeline, and there are significant concerns with that pipeline around the supply of skilled trades. The infrastructure sector is facing significant workforce shortages, specifically for skilled trades including electricians, mechanics and drivers, where 80% of operators are reporting unfilled positions, and a national shortage of 26,000 drivers projected by 2030. But don't worry, the Liberal Party's answer is to slash migration and to gut TAFE. Well, apparently that's going to solve the problem. That's going to solve the problem. That's what they believe in. To slash migration and to gut TAFE. So what? Yeah, that's if they exist. Well, then, what is the LNP Council up here doing to address the supply side of this issue? In-house apprentices, maybe? We've got a pretty good idea of the demand side. Jared Blay demanded that Adrian Schrinner wind down infrastructure spending so he can funnel more of that labour into his stadium. Of course, we won't need the labour force to be building the Brisbane Metro expansion because the state government has quashed that entirely. So we know there's delays to that Metro expansion because, well, first and foremost, there's a delay to the Metro business case of which the federal government is funding, and the Lord Mayor's been sitting on that for years. There's delays to the Gold City glider. There's delays to the Story Bridge restoration. That's going nowhere fast. We can't even get suburban footy clubs' change rooms upgraded by this council despite them being federally funded as well. So the Lord Mayor won't progress these business cases that federal government have poured tens of millions of dollars into just so he can claim that they're not putting the final dollar figure into them as well, just for political gain. I guess the state LNP government and him have sort of worked out a bit of a deal. He's been told he has to go and say these things. He's been told he has to go, yeah, actually, I will take that. There's been no agreement. He has been instructed he needs to do this.
And he's gone, okay.
Yeah, and he loves the flash in the pan headline, but isn't delivering for Brisbane. You look at all these things. Kedron Brook, it's in the plan. Azalea Street intersection, it's in the plan. Story Bridge restoration, it's in the plan. But then nothing happens for 10 years. Now, 3 years ago, as I said, the Lord Mayor announced plans to turn what he called, I quote, barren quarries into green spaces for Brisbane. And he committed $500,000 to look at turning Pine Mountain and Mount Cootha quarries into recreational spaces.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
I move for an extension.
Seconded. It's been moved for an extension by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Kim. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. So when he announced that $500,000 to look at rewilding or revegetating in Pine Mountain and Mount Cootha and turning them into recreation spaces, that's ironically also the same year he announced he was rewilding Victoria Park to the tune of $141 million towards that master plan, forecasting natural landscapes, wetlands, tree cover. That's, of course, now been scrapped for that stadium that is taking the place of the Brisbane Metro expansion. It's almost like you can't trust a word this Lord Mayor says. No. So we got that $50 million business case which got reassigned a Metro expansion business case that he sat on for 12 months. 12 long months. Yeah. And he said, I liked what he said earlier, he reckons work is underway, but we know that contract won't be executed until June this year. It's still another month before that starts. This time last year, Lord Mayor announced Mount Cootha would become the Singapore of Brisbane. He said he wanted glamping and light shows and activations up there. Before that, though, public was consulted on what they would like to see once the quarry winds up, and that consultation went from the 1st of November 23 to June 24 on what people wanted to see there. Do we know how much money was poured into this pit so far? With obviously no intention for the Lord Mayor to actually do any of these things. See, that's the big shame in all of this as well, because the Lord Mayor will get up and say, "Oh, apparently it's no good consulting people when we're talking about these quarries." But the Lord Mayor was deceitful and devious when he went out to the community to do these consultations, because he clearly had no intention of following through with those commitments he made at the last election. So the $200 million question, of course, Chair, is what will happen to this quarry after resource extractions have been exhausted? Because by that time, in 7 years' time or 10 years' time or maybe 20 years' time by then, none of that community consultation, those plans, I'm sure, will be current. Maybe it'll be cordoned off for the private sector. Maybe that was the plan all along, just like in Victoria Park. And this is part and parcel with this LNP regime. Announce these big grand ideas, then just reheat the nachos every time they want to be seen as doing something. The ultimate snake oil, or should I say olive oil salesman, our Lord Mayor. Whether it's the Mount Cootha Quarry revitalisation, the Gold City glider that's gliding nowhere, the metro expansion, river activations that can't be funded apparently unless the state government pays for them, the Kedron Brook project that won't be done unless the federal government pays for it, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on with this Lord Mayor.
Yeah.
They're dragging the chain on building Brisbane's future because after 2 decades of decline, this pale, stale regime just isn't up to the job anymore, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on items A and B of the ENC report. Firstly, the significant contracting plan to establish a new corporate procurement arrangement for construction waste services, an arrangement that ensures service continuity, takes a meaningful step towards how this council diverts even more waste from landfill. Madam Chair, the existing CPA for construction waste disposal, material storage and supplying contaminated and regulated waste expires on the 31st of December this year. The procurement replaces it with a stronger, expanded panel arrangement commencing on the 1st of January 2027. The panel will now cover 5 categories: construction waste disposal, material storage, material supply, contaminated and regulated waste disposal, and new to this arrangement, hard-fill resource recovery. Madam Chair, this 5th category deserves particular attention. The hard-fill material, everything from concrete, brick and masonry to ceramics, plastics, timber and plasterboard, collected through our curbside services and dropped off at our RRCs, has historically been a significant contributor to landfill volumes. So under this arrangement, the groundwork is laid for this kind of dry waste processed at councils, resource recovery centres, at Chandler, Nudgee, Willawong and of course Ferny Grove will be diverted to specialist recovery facilities instead. Our RRCs receive nearly 160,000 tonnes of self-hauled and curbside bulky item waste every year, and currently it all goes to landfill. Nudgee RRC alone receives 55,000 tonnes of this waste stream annually. Trials in 24 to 25 demonstrated that as much as 2/3 of that stream could be recovered if material is diverted before dry and putrescible waste are mixed. And that finding underpins this council's application to the Queensland Government's Resource Recovery Boost Fund, which would drive fundamental transformation of how our RRCs operate, capturing all of the recyclable materials before they are lost to landfill. This is one of the most practical and scalable contributions Council can make to Brisbane's circular economy goals, and this CPA creates the procurement pathway to access it consistently and at scale. Every tonne that is recovered is a tonne that does not go into landfill, and every tonne that does not go into landfill saves our residents even more from the former Labor state government's bin tax. And over a 7-year term, that's quite a bit of money. So, Madam Chair, I commend item A, another Labor bin tax avoidance scheme, to the chamber. Madam Chair, item B is the significant contracting plan for quarry services, 5 corporate procurement arrangements that underpin some of the most important infrastructure delivery this city does. Council owns and operates quarries at Mount Cootha and Bracalba, as has been mentioned, along with the construction materials recycling and staging facility at Pine Mountain. These facilities sit at the heart of the supply chain for the asphalt and aggregate materials that keep Brisbane's roads built and maintained. The 5 CPAs before us cover the full range of services required to keep those operations running: mechanical and electrical maintenance, drilling and blasting, cartage of quarry products, supply of spare parts and dry hire of specialist mobile plant. The timing of this is deliberate, Madam Chair. All current CPAs expire by the end of 2027, at precisely the moment when demand will be at its peak. Queensland's total demand for quarry material is forecast to rise from 56.4 million tonnes in 23-24 to 66.1 million tonnes by 29-30, driven by a $127.5 billion infrastructure pipeline and, of course, preparations for the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. So a 7-year term means we'll not be retendering into the most constrained market conditions imaginable. So this is sound commercial planning. Madam Chair, from the EPS portfolio's perspective, these contracts also reflect responsible stewardship of 2 sites with significant futures. At Mount Cootha, Brisbane Sustainability Agency is leading that 20-year transformative vision for the precinct, including a long-term transformation of the quarry once operations conclude. And at Pine Mountain, the transition towards ecological restoration and community recreation is already underway, and these contracts keep both sites well managed through those visions as they take shape. So, Madam Chair, I commend both of these items to the chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item B. Where will we begin? For decades, residents have been asking the same thing. Close the quarry, rehabilitate the land, give it back to the people. Noting that in the debate earlier, the Lord Mayor said explicitly that the land belongs to the people of Brisbane. And after decades and years after year, the promises of this quarry being closed and protected and returned back to the people and their environmental protections continue to be broken by this Lord Mayor. The closure of this quarry in Mount Cootha was promised within the neighbourhood plan for 2025. And of course, that again is a broken promise. And this is, of course, is a neighbourhood plan from the LNP administration today. Even after the community consultation, which was never fully released, the findings never fully released, just some summaries, this LNP council back-turned on their promise about the future of the quarry in Mount Cootha and have added another decade. This takes us well past the Olympics, well past every promise made by this LNP administration that continues to break them. And the reality is, the closure and rehabilitation of this quarry is never coming under this LNP administration. Because we already know that the plans are for public-private partnerships. Glamping, 6-star hotels, anything but the actual rehabilitation and the use of this area as an important green space, open space, environmental space for residents across Brisbane. Remembering again, multiple times today, the Lord Mayor has stated that he wants to improve the green space and the sustainability across Brisbane, but the actions are completely different. And we know that the actions are different because this isn't the only broken promise. And when we look at the Lord Mayor saying explicitly, I promised, and I quote from earlier, I promised to expand green space in Brisbane. Well, Baramban's gone. The Lord Mayor has accepted also the sale of future green space at the Visi site. The Lord Mayor has also accepted the sale of future green space at the Go Print site. All of this publicly owned land that was going to become green space. You don't hear anything from the Lord Mayor about these things while he stands here and he says, bold face, we're going to expand green space. Shame. Absolute shame. The ask has never changed on the quarry. Close the quarry, fund rehabilitation, deliver publicly owned, community-led vision for this land. This is a promise the LNP will roll out every election and then break. Under this Lord Mayor, who again has chosen again and again to not keep that promise and has the audacity to stand here and talk about how important green space is when he continues to not speak on the green space being sold by the LNP state government and stand aside and let all this future green space be sold off. And not only in this ward, it's being sold off in Hamilton, it's being sold off also in Northgate. Should the Olympics happen? And that's a big question, because how are we going to deliver it? This council wants a hole in the ground rather than a beautiful, publicly owned green space and precinct. That's the choice that they've made, because the promises that they have made historically and the statements that the Lord Mayor made, even just today to my question, continue to be proven false.
Further speakers, Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item A, the significant contracting plan for construction waste services, and I want to approach it from the perspective of what this arrangement means for Brisbane residents, because behind the procurement mechanics is actually a story about protecting ratepayers and building a city that takes its waste responsibilities seriously. This council has been consistent and deliberate in its approach to landfill diversion. When the former state Labor government introduced the bin levy on the 1st of July 2019, a blunt tax on waste that was designed to ratchet up to $145 per tonne by 2027-2028, this council's response was not to pass the cost on. We looked for ways to reduce what we sent to landfill in the first place. The green bin rollout is the most visible example. 150,000 new green bins delivered across the city in 2025, bringing our total to 320,000. From memory, I remember the Lord Mayor making the comment that the green bins were visible from space. That's how many we had ordered in preparation for the green bin rollout. But the green waste previously made up nearly a quarter of everybody's red bin contents. Diverting it will remove as much as 80,000 tonnes from landfill annually and save ratepayers up to $32 million in state waste taxes over 5 years. That is the approach this council takes, and the CPA before us today is the next chapter in that story. The existing arrangement for construction waste disposal expires on the 31st of December 2026. This procurement replaces it, but it does more than renew what we already have. It expands the scope of the arrangement to include a new category, hard fill resource recovery, and that addition matters enormously. Because, Madam Chair, the financial cases for residents is straightforward. Every tonne of hard fill recovered is a tonne that does not go into landfill, and a tonne that does not attract the former Labor government's bin levy. When fully operational across our 4 RRCs at Chandler, Nudgee, Willawong and Ferny Grove, proposals of this kind could improve council's recycling rate by as much as 50%. The cumulative levy savings to ratepayers over a 7-year contract term will be substantial. But this is not only a financial story, it is an environmental one. Less landfills means less greenhouse gas emissions, It means extending the working life of Brisbane's waste infrastructure, and it means that materials generated when this council builds and maintains its city are treated as resources rather than rubbish. Madam Chair, this is a council that acts on its environmental commitments, protects its residents from the consequences of poor policy made elsewhere. This CPA reflects both. I commend it to the chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd just like to respond to the Lord Mayor's remarks, but he's absent yet again. The Lord Mayor is missing. Once again, when we're trying to bring up real issues, the Lord Mayor isn't in the chamber today to listen. So I suppose I'll direct these comments to his sidekick, the councillor who won't respond to his own residents who gets mauled by a dog, Mr. Big Phil. Just last night, this pothole resurfaced on Ritchie Road. We're waiting for this to be fixed. It's pretty big, and you can tell based on the Lord Mayor's complaints for 90% of the time, only talking about how council doesn't have any money, and it's probably to do with the federal government, even though he's got a $4.1 billion budget. What he forgot to mention was that he's so broke that they're putting orange cones in a pothole that's filled with so much muddy water. I mean, you could fit 4 litres of olive oil right here. It looks so big that Mr. Big Phil, I'm not sure if he can fill this up quickly on time, because we're still waiting for 2 years on Honeysuckle Way for another pothole to be fixed, which it still hasn't, and that road is still damaged today. So it's extremely disappointing that the Lord Mayor isn't here right now to fix the Pollara disaster or to even listen to the concerns of our residents. And only just down the road is actually the Willawong Resource Recovery Centre, which takes me to Clause A today. But I think it's very interesting, because to understand the context behind this, it's important to look at the scale of pressure right now that we're facing in Brisbane. Queensland generated more than 10.25 million tonnes of waste in 2024 to 25, while household waste recovery rates remain below 1/3. Brisbane is now a city of more than 1.3 million people, yet despite being the largest council in Queensland, the LNP Council operates only 4 resource recovery centres across the city, one in which is in our south side, just a road away from this large pothole in Pollara, where the Lord Mayor and the LNP refused to come down and take a look. Councillor Griffiths and I, only earlier this year, or maybe it was last year, we drove around those streets meeting with some council officers to show the irony behind all of the dumping and the illegal tyres that are on the side of the street, just a couple of streets away from the resource recovery centre. And this is something we've been asking about on this side of the chamber for a very long time, which is to do something about the lack of recycling of tyres that are illegally dumped. Just only a few hours ago this morning, the ABC even published their own article where the Queensland government, who's supposedly their buddies that they can't get any funding from, but they published today about the need for specialist task forces when it comes to illegal dumping. They spoke about looking at police officers, people with a background in investigations, because that's how bad this has gotten. And that's how little the LNP have spoken about this today. Not only is this a topical matter right now online that their own colleagues in the LNP state government are talking about, but no one here has talked about it this morning, which is incredibly disappointing, and also goes to show that there is no communication between 2 levels of government. Despite how much they used to talk about the state Labor government, isn't that ironic that they can't say anything today, and they have no funding to do anything because they've wasted their $4.1 billion. But continuing on, this tyre program, something that they haven't thought about is that if this were to exist, to recycle tyres at these resource recovery centres or find some kind of alternative way. I mean, at the moment, we've seen statistics that show 9% already of illegally dumped waste removed actually are made up by tyres. So it's worthwhile looking into this, because at the moment, if you dump a tyre on the side of the road and you report this, the council officers will actually come around and clean it up anyway. So what is the point in that? The LNP councillors have refused to acknowledge this gap in council priorities, and it's funny that they don't talk about the things that they don't have any solutions to, as they typically hold that philosophy throughout everything we've heard this morning. And I just wanted to talk about the lack of funding that we've heard again from this LNP Council, which makes me believe that they have no plan to address waste when it comes to the future of our council. Not only this morning have we heard confirmation from the Deputy Mayor Fiona Cunningham, LNP Deputy Mayor, who has said that we have no funding that has been secured from federal government. It also means that the LNP Lord Mayor failed to deliver $100 million to the residents of Pollara, as he promised a few weeks ago. Another failed promise by this LNP Council, confirmed by the Deputy Mayor of this council today. It is a disgrace that this LNP Council can't fund anything right now. It is on the record The Lord Mayor refused to address our residents right next to this resource recovery centre. For months, we've been asking him to come down and visit our residents, to come and help us fix these issues, but he's hiding. We wrote letters, we called his office, but he refused to respond. And in response to that, only when there was suddenly a journalist sniffing around, when maybe they're going to attack him on the news, all of a sudden he just blurts out $100 million for Polara.
Councillor Kim, your time has expired.
And we're still waiting.
Speaker?
Point of order.
Yeah, point of order.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Could I please grab item A and item B for voting in seriatim?
Yep, noted. Further speaker? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chairman. As the Chamber knows, Brisbane City Council owns and operates two major quarries located at Mount Cootha and at Bracalba, along with construction material recycling and staging facilities at Pine Mountain. Together, these sites form the backbone of the supply chain that keeps Brisbane moving. They supply the asphalt materials that build and rehabilitate our roads, and they support a range of external commercial contracts, particularly through the Bracalba quarry. These operations are not simple. They rely on a coordinated suite of specialised services, each critical to ensuring that production remains safe, efficient and continuous. Council currently manages these services through several procurement arrangements, including quarry mechanical and electrical maintenance services, quarry drilling and blasting services. I'd love to see that sometime, Councillor Murphy. You can swing that one. That's yeah. I'd love to view that one. I'll take that interjection. It would be a blast, wouldn't it? Carriage of quarry products, supply of quarry spare parts, and dry hire of specialist mobile plant. Each of these arrangements plays a distinct role. The mechanical and electrical maintenance contracts ensure that qualified technicians are available to support routine maintenance, working alongside council staff to keep our fixed and mobile plants operating reliably. The drilling and blasting services delivered under a fee-for-service model provide the precision and safety required for the designed drilling and detonation of downhole explosives. Across our quarries and the Pine Mountain facility, we operate a wide range of heavy machinery. They include crushers, conveyors, screeners, stockpilers and more. These machines work in harsh abrasive environments and their performance depends on the timely supply of spare parts and consumables. Without these, production slows and Brisbane feels the impact. We also rely on specialist mobile plant, including dump trucks, excavators, water trucks and loaders. These are supplied on a dry hire basis, meaning council provides the operators while contractors provide the equipment servicing, repairs and maintenance. Everything except fuel and ground engaging tools. This arrangement supplies not only our quarries, but also the asphalt plants at Eagle Farm, Raceview, and temporary road resurfacing stockpile sites. Try and say that one after a few beers. Stockpile sites after the city, across the city. Transporting quarry products is another essential link in the chain. The cartage contract covers the movement of gravel and construction materials from our quarries to the asphalt plants, as well as deliveries for commercial and construction projects. It also includes the transport of recycled materials to Pine Mountain for processing, a key part of our commitment to sustainability and resource recovery. Looking ahead, Brisbane is entering a period of unprecedented growth. Major project infrastructure, expanding contract activities, and of course the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games will all place significant demand on our quarry operations. To meet this demand, we must ensure continuity of service, not just today, but well into the next decade. All of our current procurement arrangements are due to expire at the end of 2027, precisely when demand will be at its peak. By choosing not to supply these contracts and instead securing a long-term, future-focused arrangements, Council is proposing itself to maintain stable, reliable production capacity. This is not just operational planning, it is strategic foresight. Our quarries may not always be visible to the public, but they are absolutely vital to Brisbane's progress. They support our roads, our infrastructure and our commercial sector, and ultimately our city's ability to grow with confidence. As Brisbane prepares for the opportunities ahead, ensuring its strength and continuity of the quarry operations is prudent. It is also essential. Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah, point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Deputy Chair, I move that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes for afternoon tea, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Edmund, that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Further speaker? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on both items if I have time, A and B, but I'd like to start with item B, the significant contracting plan for quarry services. I think it is one of the most embarrassing things that the Lord Mayor and this LNP administration does. Well, there's two probably today, and they're both on show for Brisbane residents. The first is we love Albo, we hate Albo. We love Albo, we hate Albo. Albo won't help us. Albo's helped us. Albo won't help us. Albo helped us. Today I think it's probably we hate Albo is slightly a nose in front. But it is pathetic to watch the Lord Mayor, who is a beneficiary of funding from the federal government, get up and lambast the administration. And I note that Councillor Cunningham got up and had to go right back to 2013. I think there are a few Liberal Prime Ministers in that section. Morrison, Abbott, Turnbull. They don't mind having a go at their own side occasionally, or whoever wrote the speech for her probably doesn't know the history more likely. But the second thing they do is reinvent history when they are caught out being deceitful and dishonest with the people of Brisbane. And that's what we see today in item B. For the past 3 years, the Lord Mayor has repeatedly and publicly stated that he is going to focus on revitalising these quarries and turning them into recreational precincts in time for the Olympics in 2032. Now, instead of actually doing that, the Lord Mayor is taking the money, he's going to take the money and he is going to continue to quarry in areas where both before the last election and after he has publicly promised that the quarries would be converted and rejuvenated. And today we know that that is a big, fat, dishonest and deceitful statement from the Lord Mayor of Brisbane. Not only that, these new contracts before us today will extend out past 2032. If he thinks it's hard for our poor city to get money now, imagine after the Olympics. Because, after Sydney, there wasn't a lot of money going around. So the Lord Mayor is not only, reneging on a promise that he's publicly made for the past 3 years, but he is really putting at risk investment in the future of these sites if ever they will be converted from a commercial asset that produces revenue from council. And it's pretty clear to me that when it suits them, they will backtrack and take the money over the environmental solutions that they've promised. Yes. That they've promised, all of them. Councillor Toomey, Councillor Adaman, the Lord Mayor, all of them. All promised this. Yes, we support it. But no, they don't really, because here we are today where they're preparing to extract the money not do the big fill. I mean, the big fill clearly on the potholes, I doubt's even real as well, but certainly there's no big fill on the quarries. So the other thing, of course, which was the same problem with Victoria Park, is probably the millions of dollars that have been wasted to date over the past 3 years. We know in 23 the Lord Mayor announced $500,000, and we know that there will be hundreds, if not millions of dollars that would have been spent to date, and that's wasted money now. And if anybody says, oh, well, the master plans are still going ahead, well, a master plan that's 10 years old is no good. It is no good. So I'd like to know how much money this LNP administration has poured down the toilet with Victoria Park, because that was millions and millions, 20-something million dollars? 40 something, thank you. 40-something million dollars down the toilet. And this money now that they promised, and we will have this open for the Olympics. It's a sustainability games. We're going to have all these great green spaces and recreational spaces. It wasn't true. It's probably never been true. They've known about this probably for months and months. And I'd certainly like to know, and we'll be putting questions on notice about how much money they've wasted. When we can't get money to plant trees in my area, I've got to pay for it out of local trust funds. But this LNP administration can spend millions on planning and never deliver the projects that they're talking about. That's wasteful. That is the same problem we've had with this administration since day one. They are incapable of actually delivering on their commitments. They'll promise an underground light rail Paris Metro style and then end up with some electric buses that don't even run all over the city. And people end up with the worst bus service. $2 billion spent and half the cities ended up
Councillor Johnston,
with the same or worse bus services. They can't be trusted.
Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Deputy Acting Chair. I rise to speak on item A and item B if I do have time. So item A is the renewal of our procurement arrangement for construction waste disposal, material storage and supply, contaminated and regulated waste disposal, and most importantly, hard fill resource recovery services. Our current arrangement is due to expire, and this item seeks to establish a new panel to continue delivering the essential services across our operation, while also testing the market to ensure that we have the best suppliers for our city. The procurement strategy retains the 4 categories previously in the contract and introduces a 5th, hard fill resource recovery. The new 5th category is the standout change. Now, this is super important for the Chamber to understand. This means that materials like concrete, bricks, tiles, soil, timber, plasterboard, steel and other rubble have historically gone into landfill and will be recycled and recovered. This arrangement represents a genuine commitment to divert from landfill, and I want to commend the Chair, Councillor Davis, for adding this to our panel arrangements. We know from our trials that there is real potential here. I had the privilege as a City Standards Chair that we actually undertook a hard waste recovery trial. We took waste directly from the resource recovery centres, and the materials that would have otherwise landed in landfill, we diverted using this process. It showed that despite our resource recovery centre recovery process, we are still sending tonnes of dry waste to landfill. But now we know we can do it better. When we processed the material differently, we demonstrated that as much as 65% of hard fill from our city can successfully be recovered. That is a dramatic improvement, and it shows that the limiting factor, that it isn't waste itself, it's just how we handle it. The environmental dividend from that change is also significant, delivering meaningful CO2 savings, and those materials returned as usable construction materials. C&D waste is also Australia's largest waste stream, and the construction industry contributes to around 40% of Australia's total waste output. What matters is what is happening with this material, and the new category is about closing that loop. Beyond our own trials, advanced regional facilities are already demonstrating what is possible at scale. The Pinkenba site operated by BMI is achieving recovery rates of up to 95%. And Resource Co, Brisbane's new facility at Hemmant, is diverting more than 250,000 tonne of C&D waste from landfill each year. If we are serious about resource and recovery, then this SCP is an extremely valuable and important one. The trial data was clear. The environmental case was a strong one, and the procurement framework before Council today gives us the scope to act on it. What we are proving today is the framework that enables us and our teams to act responsibly, efficiently, and with landfill diversion at front of mind. Madam Chair, this will actually change how much landfill tax we are paying to the Labor state government's landfill tax, and it's really important that we act responsibly for the residents of Brisbane.
Further speaker, Councillor Strong.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on Clause A and B if I have time. The Store Board's submission here for the recycling of building materials. Now, I like the quote that says that we don't have the internal capacity or the facilities to manage these materials. Why not? This is something new. And the industry itself that actually does recycling of building materials, it is very profitable. I had the pleasure of sitting down with a chappie one night who is in the industry, and he pointed out that yes, 95% of those building materials that we're not going to put into landfill are very profitable once they've been broken down and recycled. And we're going to pay them to take the material. We're not going to charge them for the material. You know, if you think about it, we're supplying the materials, and they're going to make the money. And we're paying tens of millions of dollars over 7 years to do that. What business does that? Think about it. What business does that? Well, Brisbane City Council, we didn't want to go into FOGO, which we could have made money. We didn't want to do this, which we could have actually made even more money, right? And I think I know why we're doing it. It's because we're running out of landfill, which is going to cost a lot of money to, what are we going to do once we run out of landfill? I mean, once we run out of places to put our landfill. So I just think, what a deal. What a deal for BMI or any of those businesses in this industry. And I thankfully, they are actually operating in this area, because we do need, as a country, to recycle as much as we can. So I just think, when are we going to do the work ourselves, and so that the ratepayer actually gets some return, gets a bigger return in this area? Right. All right, let's move on to quarries. There's been a lot of talk ever since I've been a councillor about of course, the Mount Cootha quarry. And I have seen a reclamation quarry site near where I grew up. And I tell you what, once they're reclamated, I tell you what, quarries can actually be beautiful. Right? They're usually full of water. They're like a lake. Of course, it is a lake. And I have the weeping willows around it, and people were fishing, and it was a fantastic park that was reclamated. Right now, I don't know what's going to be left of the quarry at Mount Cootha. I don't know how deep that hole's going to get. Right, so I don't know how much reclamation is going to be able to. I suppose anything's possible, and you can convert that sort of space into a lot of things as well. There has been some talk about buildings and things like this. I don't know, 5-star. Someone said a 5-star hotel or something, or 6-star. 6. I'll take that interjection. 6-star hotel. But what the Lord Mayor did not talk about the quarries, is what are we going to do in the future when we don't have them available? Where are we going to get our materials from for our roads and other purposes, right? Where are we going to? Has anyone decided? Well, I think the Lord Mayor said that there'd been a couple of sites earmarked for a quarry, but they fell over. They crashed and burned, I think he said. Well, that's not a plan for the future. What is this administration's plan for the future of where we're going to get those quarry materials once the quarries are once the quarry cease to have the materials that we need. That is not looking into the future. That's living in the present, and that's not good. That's not a good legacy for this administration, or any administration for that matter, because we're going to pay the piper in the end. So I'll curtail my comments there. I just think we'll keep looking either at the past or in the present. We're not looking to the future. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak to the significant contracting plan for quarry services, and I could not disagree more with the previous speaker, Councillor Strunk. This is absolutely this is absolutely a plan that speaks to the future, Madam Chair, even though it also is a plan that speaks to the past. Now, Madam Chair, I like big rocks, and I cannot lie. And this is one of our biggest rocks from Mount Cootha. It's called Hornfells. Councillor Wines, called Hornfells. It's from the Jurassic period. So it's been around about as long as Councillor Griffiths has been in council. It's a very old rock, Madam Chair, very hard rock. And why am I bringing it into the chamber today? It's because we are heading into the biggest infrastructure build in our city's history. The 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games aren't just a sporting event, they are part of a generational infrastructure build. And Queensland Major Contractors Association has put the 5-year infrastructure pipeline for this state, just 5 years, at $127 billion. $127 billion. That is up from $103 billion just 12 months ago, a 22% leap in a single year. And every single road resurfacing project, every transport upgrade, every piece of new infrastructure that is delivered in the run-up to 2032 starts with one thing: rocks in the ground. So that's what this contracting plan is all about. It's about securing the supply, it's about locking it in, and this SCP will support the expansion of our quarry at Bracalba to become 3 times the size that it is today. So we can dig up more rocks and ensure that Brisbane is not caught short at the worst possible moment. Let me put the supply challenge to the council in very plain terms, because the numbers are stark. According to QMCA's 2025 Major Projects Pipeline, aggregate demand across southeast Queensland is forecast to exceed 3.15 million tonnes. That's not aggregate demand, the economic term, that is demand for aggregate, the small rocks. Current production sits at 24.5 million tonnes. So our approved licence capacity is just 30 million tonnes, but the practical capacity to deliver on that is only about 85%. So in real terms, southeast Queensland, Brisbane market is looking at a 28% shortfall in terms of the ability to get the rocks, to get the material, to actually build the roads, the rail, the transport infrastructure that our city needs. Across Queensland as a whole, demand for quarry material is forecast to rise to 56 million tonnes across the next year, rising to over 66 by 2029, 2030, a surge of nearly 10 million tonnes in just 6 years. And at the same time, every other major state is competing for these materials. We are the only council in southeast Queensland that happens to own its own commercial quarries. So in this environment, this is not just an asset, but it's a genuine competitive advantage for Brisbane City Council, one in which will save the council $56 million over the term of this significant contracting plan, $56 million. Of course, our facilities not only save us money, they're the backbone of our road-making supply chain. They produce asphalt aggregates, concrete aggregates, road base and drainage materials that go into every major infrastructure project across Brisbane. The Bracalba quarry production has more than doubled over the past decade. Mount Cootha, as has been discussed, has about a decade of accessible material remaining and will continue playing a critical role through 2032. By securing long-term contracts to service these operations, we're not just managing our own supply chain, we are providing a buffer against the market-wide materials crunch that is coming It is coming, and we don't want to be a price taker in that market. We want to be a price setter. We want to be able to absorb the hits that will come and continue this big build. We also want to be able to support our partners, the Queensland Government, as they work through the enormous amount of transport infrastructure that is required. Projects like Sunshine Coast Direct Rail, projects like the Bruce Highway upgrades, all of which are within the zone of Bricalba, and all of which will require these materials to be able to support those projects to continue. So, Madam Chair, this is a good item. I urge councillors to support it. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak about both item A and item B. I was going to congratulate the previous chair on allowing debate, so everything had been flowing smoothly. We'll see how things go. I just want to say from the start, I agree with the circular economy. I think it makes sense. Who doesn't agree with that? But I have some very significant local issues following reading through this contract. Obviously the basis of this contract is to take and sort waste. And that is construction waste, contaminated waste, regulated waste. And there's quite a detail of what that waste is. That waste is going to BMI sites. I have a very large BMI site in my ward, and that site is at Acacia Ridge. And for those of you who haven't been in the chamber, it's been a very contentious site because it is right next to one of the most disadvantaged schools in Brisbane. Haven't heard one LNP member say that. And it's next to a lot of public housing. Once again, I wouldn't expect LNP councillors to have any interest in that either. And similarly, a couple of weeks ago, I was taking one of our executives for a drive down there to ask what's going on at the BMI site, because I never got that briefing from council where we worked out a deal. Council worked out a legal deal with BMI around what could be allowed on that site. And I've asked for that, and I still haven't got that after weeks of asking for it, and after putting in a written request for it. But strangely enough, when we were driving past the site, a cloud of dust covered the car. And it was from these trucks delivering waste to this site. And all I know, and I'm reading here, and the residents have impacts of dust and noise and odour. And I'm reading here all these various officers who've gone through and checked it off and ticked it off, said this is great. And they're I think of them as little LNP henchmen, many of them, ticking off a deal where the LNP are receiving donations from BMI or have received donations from BMI. That's on the Electoral Commission site. And I just wonder what's going on here. And I also wonder, where does it talk about us improving the roads, improving the facilities, monitoring the dust? It doesn't. So once again, what I keep seeing is local residents, real residents, lose out under this council. All these people are interested in is big business and donations. And it worries me. It really worries me. So I'm concerned about this contract. I'm concerned about the way it's been done. I'm concerned there has been no briefing for us. I'm concerned as a local councillor who's raised these issues at the highest level in the bureaucracy, I haven't even received a response or a briefing. Now, is that tied to the fact that this was coming through the chamber today? Probably. But you don't know. So I am very concerned about what this mayor and what these LNP councillors are up to, and I'm very concerned about the way they look after people who look after them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just rise to speak in support of the resolution in front of us. And just part of, I think after listening to some of the earlier speakers, it's important to put into context what we're talking about. It's a significant contracting plan for the acquisition of quarrying services and then also better use of our quarries. So what we have to understand that to build the roads we actually need quarryable material of a certain type and standard that allows us to deliver the infrastructure required for our growing city and to maintain the assets that we already have. We have had in the past an aspiration of about to have as much recycled material as possible in our road bases and in our asphalt. Typically, we've been able to get about 20% in. Sometimes we're able to use glass as a sand substitute. Other times we're able to use recycled asphalt in our bitumen for our road resurfacing. The issue, of course, is that's often left out of this discussion is that as you recycle some of that asphalt, it actually gets smoother over time as a result of both its use, its placement, and then its recycling, and it actually becomes no longer usable as a part of the road. So we can only get it 4 or 5 times, reuse the same pieces of asphalt, which means to continue to deliver at a standard and pace and expected by the people of Brisbane, we actually have to be able to quarry. Now, one of the benefits of Mount Cootha and one of the benefits of our quarrying systems is they're quite near. So you actually have to consider there's a transportation element to this. So if we had to quarry elsewhere, if we had to transport that material over a long distance, it actually increases the cost of the material and increases the cost of the project, which is, of course, effectively the argument the Gold Coast City Council made in their discussions in the recent Burleigh District quarry debate. Right, so there is a cost associated with the supply chain for asphalt production into our systems. So to be able to maintain uses is a really, really important part of being able to deliver this project. Now, also, some of the things that were said earlier about who council looks after and who council doesn't look after, we have to remember that what we're doing is setting up a procurement framework which allows our officers to engage in a tendering process, impanel certain providers who pass that tendering process and engage with them for quarrying services into the future. There is no resolution here to offer a contract to one firm or another, merely a framework to allow that process to go forward and a framework to allow the selection of that and how much the council is prepared to consider for the value of that contract, recalling that I would say, but it is commercial in confidence and we are about to go, hopefully, into a competitive tender process. So I just sometimes think there's a little bit of a hyperbolic tone to some of the things that people say, but just remember the SCP process really does keep all councillors at arm's length from the actual contract provision. And this is part of that to ensure that council and council laws remain above the sorts of accusations that Councillor Griffith was making of us a moment ago, and to put us at a professional distance from these decisions. We set up the framework, the criteria, the expectations, as well as the value of the contract, and then we go and allow people to bid for the work, and that is assessed against a framework. So the sort of accusations that were being made are not true. Now, as I say, this is part of ensuring that we literally keep the basics on the road. And that's really what this is all about. And I think it's an important part of what we as a council and we as a Schrinner-led council offer the people of Brisbane, a cost-effective, long-term thinking to deliver the basics and maintain our assets. And I think that this framework is a very sensible one. It's one we've used many times before, and I assure you, Madam Chair, there is none of the controversies that have been accused of us are absolutely not valid, and I encourage all councillors to support the resolution.
Further speakers? Lord Mayor, right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Mount Cootha grey rock here, and it is absolutely top quality material. And I've heard the Greens councillor complaining about not shutting down the quarry. And I would point out, and it's probably been said before, that our ambitious sustainability agenda is responsible for the quarry having more life than anticipated, because we use far more recycled material now in our road building than we ever did in the past. And because we're recycling more, the life of the quarry has been extended. And just because of that foresight and sustainability focus, we now have the opportunity to supply rock for the Olympic and Paralympic Games and the big boom.
1 moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Misrepresentation. Complaining is a misrepresentation. I said broken promises. The Lord Mayor keeps breaking promises.
You, Councillor Massey. That is not a misrepresentation. Lord Mayor.
It's quite clear that that is not a misrepresentation. But what is a misrepresentation is the giant Olympic-sized rewriting of history we heard from Councillor Cassidy earlier, that somehow that we should be grateful because we got a few crumbs thrown for an Olympic stadium and that's all we should get from the federal government. He's quite happy that that's all that Brisbane should get from the federal government is money for a stadium. Like, this is extraordinary. He's quite happy for the money to go from taxpayers in Brisbane down to Victoria. That's what he said. He's happy for the dollars to be spent on projects in Victoria. He said that we should be grateful for the crumbs for a stadium, which was always part of the plan, but that there should be no money spent by the federal government on expanding Metro. That is his view. It is appalling. The lack of ambition for Brisbane, the lack of support for Brisbane residents, the lack of a plan to invest in infrastructure is quite extraordinary. So let's just quickly go through.
Just 1 moment, Lord Mayor. I'll ask the chamber to be quiet while the Lord Mayor is speaking, please. Lord Mayor.
Let's just go through the quick history of the Olympic stadiums, because it's been said before, but I obviously need to say it again. The original plan was a new stadium at Albion. That was agreed to by the state government, agreed to by the council, and that was the bid original proposal. At the last minute, at the 11th hour, the Labor Premier decided to change the plan for a knockdown and rebuild of the Gabba. And somehow saying that this is not a new stadium when you had to demolish the entire Gabba and build a new Gabba. That is a new stadium. A new stadium was always part of the plan, and it was never at the expense of transport upgrades. But we do know Labor's plan. QE2 Stadium. QE2 Stadium. They knifed their own premier, put a new premier in that wanted QE2 Stadium. And he didn't mind. He didn't mind the destruction of koala bushland that would have to happen at QE2 Stadium. He didn't mind that there was no transport infrastructure for mass transit there. He didn't mind about that. He didn't mind that it was the smallest stadium ever in Olympic history. That was their plan. But if that's not enough, Labor's plan for Metro should tell you everything. They wanted to cancel it. Yes. They didn't even want the first stage to happen, let alone subsequent stages. And they are now trying to convince us that we're not expanding Metro fast enough. They never supported the project. They never supported Metro. And their official policy was to cancel Brisbane Metro. And now they are complaining that it's not happening fast enough for the expansion. They are quite happy to see money go down to Victoria rather than for Metro expansion here in Brisbane and South East Queensland. The lack of ambition is extraordinary. But really, this is not surprising to anyone. I was having a good chat with a journalist recently who was complaining about the amount of time that they had to spend fact-checking Labor media releases that are put out. Because they were basically saying everything these guys put out is false. And I spend all this time actually trying to get the facts, and it is false every time. Every time the Labor opposition makes a claim about the administration, it is proven to be false. And they are getting jack of it. They're spending all this time barking up the wrong tree because the opposition will say and do anything. Just like when there was a fake protest in the chamber. Remember that? In the public gallery. And Councillor Cassidy was caught out on camera when they were actually Labor Party people. They were young Labor people that he had organised, and he tried to claim that they were just general residents having a protest. Caught out time and time again, gilding the lily, ignoring the truth, making things up. And to add final insult to injury, he wants me to drink imported olive oil from Spain. I go for the Australian stuff, the good stuff. And you know what, might cost a little bit more, but it is worth it for supporting local business, just like we do here in the council.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. We'll now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 7 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division, Madam Chair.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour, 1 against and 6 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Wines, Public Transport Committee.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move the report of the Transport Committee held on the 12th of May 2026 be adopted.
Seconded, Madam Chairman.
Has been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Toomey that the report of the Public Transport Committee dated Tuesday, 12th of May 2026 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So last week the Council considered a paperwork and a resolution to allow some of the materials that were found as part of the new tunnel here in Adelaide Street to be donated to the Museum of Queensland for preservation and consideration of our social and modern history here in Brisbane. Now, at last week's committee, I wanted to make sure that committee members were informed and understood the nature of that resolution and the types of things that we were proposing to donate and the types of things that have been found there. So to speak to this just a little bit more broadly, if we go back, when the tunnelling work reached a certain point in Adelaide Street, not far from Brisbane Square, the tunnellers came across what appeared to be the original convict settlement hospital. Further investigations proved that was in fact the case, and councillors and all members of the public can see a recreation of the alignment of that building. It's been done in sort of a sandstone brick in the paving up at the front of the W, across the road from Brisbane Square, and it speaks to our convict past. So this was a building that we suspected to be there, but we weren't 100% sure of its exact location, and when it was found, it was in fact a significant identification of an important historical building. Now, as part of that, I wanted to show some of the things that we were sort of donating, and Madam Chair, I must make a confession. I don't seek out this program, but when it's on television, I will always stop and watch Antiques Roadshow. And here we have an opportunity to consider some items much as they would in that wonderful program. Here we have a bone knife handle owned by an individual who was identifiable by having his name, AM, marked into this handle. So this was presumably his daily eating knife. And it has an interesting weight to it, and it's something that will be preserved in our museum for some years to come. Here we have what's called a Scottish penny, which would not have been legal tender inside the colony at the time, but was brought in and used as a sort of a scrip because so little actual currency was produced and used in the colony. They used illegal tender to justify sort of currency throughout the colony, and there is an example of it, a Scottish penny, which was not legal tender, but clearly in use and found at part of that dig site. It's interesting, the Lord Mayor has just said the original Bitcoin. What happened in Sydney was that they actually got the coins and knocked out the centre in an attempt to double the amount of currency, and the bit in the middle was in fact called the bit. So my people who associate me when I get talking about this stuff assure me it's not as interesting as I think it is, but I disagree. And also, this is actually really interesting, so I understand the cameras can come right in, so zoom right in on this one. So here we actually see a part of the pipe, and right in here you see a snake's head, and what would have at once upon a time in the handle of the pipe, a monkey would have been on that. And it was a really fascinating piece of things that were ordinarily part of life here in Brisbane, but, sorry, excuse me. It's a pipe. It's a smoking pipe. So it's a smoking pipe that would have had in the part where you put the tobacco and lit it is right here. So you can sort of see it. And so you would, I don't know, I've never smoked a pipe before, Councillor Adderman. But so I would say, so these are just three examples of the sorts of things that we found at that site which are being donated to the Queensland Museum. Now, my favourite part is when you ask, how much do you think this is all worth? How much do you think this is all worth? It is priceless. There is no way to put a value on these very important relics of the social time of Brisbane in its early convict era. They are quite literally priceless. And it was a bit of a treat to be able to show them in committee, talk about this, and ensure that these important parts of our history are preserved inside the Queensland Museum. Credit to the team for finding them, credit to the team for preserving them, and hopefully people find them at least as partially interesting as I do into the future.
Further speakers? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, as we continue shaping Brisbane into a more connected, modern and resilient city, we're often reminded that progress doesn't just move us forward, it sometimes unexpectedly and profoundly takes us back in time. This was exactly the case during the excavation that Councillor Wines spoke about at the Adelaide Street Tunnel, part of the Brisbane Metro project right here in the heart of the CBD. What began as a major infrastructure undertaking quickly became one of the most significant archaeological digs the city has seen in recent history. Beneath the surface of one of Brisbane's busiest streets, construction teams unearthed a remarkable collection of the artefacts that Councillor Wines has just shown us. Fragments of ceramics, tools, bottles and everyday objects, including the pipe. Now, Councillor Wines, does that mean that that space down there has had smokers there for over 200 years?
Well, people are drinking smoke there right now.
Yeah, okay. I always wanted to ask that question. It's like a significant smoking space for the last 200 years in Brisbane. Where was I? Tools, bottles, there was also some ceramics and everyday objects belonging to the earliest generations of people who lived and worked on this land. But among this haul, one discovery that stood out above all others was a 190-year-old convict-era hospital wall dating back to 1825. This wall is not just a structure of stone and mortar, it's a rare and tangible link to the earliest years of European settlement in Brisbane, a time when the city was still a remote general outpost, long before it grew into the vibrant city that we know today. The hospital once supported, served during some of the harshest conditions in the convict era. It was a place where men who endured grueling labour, isolation, punishment, received rudimentary medical care. To uncover a section of that building is truly extraordinary. Archaeologists have described this find as one of the most significant convict period discoveries in Queensland in decades, and it's easy to understand why. Very few structures from that era remain intact beneath our modern cityscape. Most have been lost in time or the natural evolution of the city. Yet here, beneath the layers of asphalt and concrete, this wall endured, waiting for a moment when Brisbane's future would be revealed in its past. Discoveries like this remind us that cities are living archives. Every street, every foundation, every layer of soil holds history, stories of people who came before us, of the challenges they faced, and of the foundations they laid both literally and figuratively. The stories deepen our understanding of who we are and how far we have come. The significance of this find extends beyond archaeology. It speaks to the importance respecting our heritage and the history to ensure that progress does not erase the past, but to share it for all generations to come. The Adelaide Street Tunnel project has shown that modern infrastructure and historical preservation can coexist, each enriching the other. As we move forward, the archaeologists and the hospital wall will help historians research the broader community, better understanding Brisbane's earlier years, and importantly, they will be shared through exhibitions, education, so all Queenslanders who connect with this chapter of our history can see it as it is. In uncovering this wall, we have uncovered more than a structure. We have uncovered a reminder of resilience, of transformation, and of the layers of humanity that lie beneath our street. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
I wasn't going to rise on this item, but after listening to Councillor Wines and Councillor Toomey go through the artefacts that have been found at these two sites, I thought it was quite fascinating, actually. It was quite fascinating. Now, I don't know if they're thinking about maybe an Australian time team, but I think they would be a great team as an Australian time team, and I think you should put a submission in to the ABC or to any of the other channels, because I'll back you. I'll back you leaving your jobs as councillors and moving off to presenters for a Time Team Australia. I think you would be better, I think Australia would be better served. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Further speakers? No further speakers. Councillor Wines, right of reply. We'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Councillor Murphy, Infrastructure Committee.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Infrastructure Committee dated Tuesday the 12th of May 2026 be adopted.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Parry that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 12th of May 2026 be adopted. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have to speak very quickly to get through what is a very packed agenda for this report. So we had a major project update, as well as 5 petitions from residents across Brisbane, Wooloowin, Callum Vale, Corona Downs, Pollara and Rochdale. 5 communities that took the time to petition council on various things, and the Shooner Council did what we always do. We looked at the evidence, we consulted the local councillors, we gave residents a straight answer on all issues. We opened with a presentation on the Beams Road upgrade, Stage 1B, and this is a very important project for the city, Madam Chair, and particularly for your ward, as you know. 20,000 vehicles using Beams Road every single day, a critical east-west commuter corridor linking Boondall and Bridgeman Downs through Gympie and Sandgate Roads, and for too long, a connection that has not been, 1, safe enough, or 2, that has not had enough capacity. So between 2015 and 2024, when the upgrade began, Beams Road recorded 75 casualty crashes. So 16 people that are hospitalised, 48 requiring medical treatment, 11 with minor injuries. Not an acceptable record for any road in our city. And so what we have done is been very strong advocates for the upgrade of Beams Road, and then partnered with other levels of government to achieve it. Stage 1A is now complete, as you know. Stage 1B is past 50% complete, tracking towards practical completion later this year. The works include widened 4-lane carriageway, extended culverts across Cabbage Tree Creek, a shared pedestrian underpass, upgraded shared paths and 2 upgraded bus stops. The project has worked through a swath of tricky utility relocations and contaminated land in sections. Every single one of these issues has been managed without halting construction. And this is a project that this administration remains very proud of indeed. And we cannot wait to cut the ribbon. It seems like we're always cutting a ribbon on Beams Road at some point during a 4-year term, Madam Chair, but eventually we'll be done. Now, petitions, clause B through to F, 5 petitions. Let me talk to each one in turn for as long as I can. Clause B, Kent Road, Wooloowin, 84 signatures requesting traffic calming in a shared zone. We surveyed this corridor back in July 2023, and we've listed the northern section as warranting traffic calming to improve local amenity. We will pursue active transport funding for this corridor, for this active transport corridor through the Queensland Government's cycling grants program. A speed awareness monitor was installed outside 72 Kent Road between April and September of 2025. Councillor Johnson dissented in the petition result and wanted that noted. Clause C, Hamish Street at Callum Vale, I should say. The evidence on this one shows that Hamish Street is operating as designed, a 40-kilometre-an-hour district road with roundabouts, splitter islands, threshold markings, continuous footpaths on both sides, and 2 permanent speed awareness monitors installed near Callum Vale Community College since January of 2022. The road infrastructure here is sound, of course. There has been a traffic accident. We will not preempt the Queensland Police Service investigation on this. We will, of course, as we have done many times in the past, Madam Chair, we will listen to and act on any recommendations coming from the Queensland Police Service as a result of the accident that occurred here. Clause D, Sellers Street and Wales Street, Corona Downs, 4 signatures requesting curb channel and stormwater drainage. We've already completed some major table drain works along these streets in recent years, and this review confirms that full curb and channel would be beneficial, but it's significant in its scale and its cost, and so we're listing it for a future priority year. Then clause E, Pollara Avenue and Goodaham Road, Pollara, 15 signatures requesting traffic signals and speed cameras. A 5-year incident history at this intersection records 1 incident, a single driver violation. So no incident trend. Signalisation is not supported under current assessment guidelines, and a nearby development has already been conditioned to deliver signalisation at Goodaham and Burman Roads in Willawong, which will improve the traffic flow and the safety across this intersection as a result of there being a break in the traffic flow. Clause F, Miles Platting Road, Rochdale, 37 signatures requesting improved pedestrian and cyclist safety. And I'll get to the rest in my summing up, Madam Chair. But
thank you. Your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to rise to speak on Clause C and Clause E in relation to two massive infrastructure requests from our community and our local residents, which I believe hasn't been addressed by Councillor Murphy today, as well as the LNP Lord Mayor, in which we've been asking for several months now for him to come and visit, because if he had seen all of these locations in person himself, he would realise that the response in these petitions outlined are extremely out of touch and also outdated with the way in which they've responded to our residents and their request. So I thought I would start with Clause C. Just now, Councillor Murphy referred to it as not a district, it's a district road, so that it doesn't warrant any further safety improvements, and that if that current data reflects that everything is all good. But just down this road is actually a school that has 3,000 students, and traffic is the worst right now in Brisbane, in all of Australia, as we are well aware. And this area, while I think I will need to choose my words very, very carefully so as not to politicise a very terrible incident, which is that only last year someone was hit. There was a cyclist who was struck by someone, and unfortunately they passed away. It was because there was, I think it was few months ago, and while it was an isolated incident because a driver was on their phone, I think it's incredibly important to note that this happened only close to this location. A couple of years ago, one of the kindies that's right next to Hamish Street, a car actually drove onto the driveway of their area. Since then, a new Coptic church has been renovated with a huge facility right out the front of this precinct, hence why every single year the kindy there, since that has happened, goes on a safety march. So they get their parents and their young children to hold hands, and they show them how to cross the road safely. So while I think that this response talks about data, I don't think it actually reflects what it looks like today, because there's been a lot of change in our area. Callumvale Ward is the largest ward in all of Brisbane City Council. We've had significant population growth since then, 36,000 plus residents since the last budget of the financial year, if you take a look, with all of the councillors looking a bit curious about it. I brought this in today. This is actually created from one of the safety march walks. We have plenty more of these signs in the office. Every year, our young people are doing the march to try and advocate for further improvements to Hamish Street. I know that this is still on the council agenda, because if it wasn't, then they wouldn't have just recently created a splitter island close to the school, so I know that the school is well aware. Callumvale Community College as well has just signed up for their active school travel program, as they are also well aware of these issues that our community is experiencing. And not too far away from that, on Nottingham Road, on the note of infrastructure, this is Denise Shee. I know I showed this last week, but I would like ideally the Lord Mayor to take a look at this for himself, and the LNP Infrastructure Chair to have a look at this, because this is what happened to Denise Shee. This is on Nottingham Road, only one street away. Thank you, Councillor Murphy, for taking a look. This is what happened to her. She tripped over, and this has been like this for months. This is the infrastructure and what it looks like there. So on the one hand, I don't think this petition adequately addresses our community and what they're asking for. Of course, only 1 week after she tripped over, brand new footpath, looks great. There's a Callumvale Special School there, there's Callumvale Community College there, a brand new kindy now that's going to be created there. I don't think this petition reflects what our community is feeling, and you only need to come and take a drive around our ward to take a look. So I don't intend to politicise this discussion today at all, because every incident that's happened is terrible, and our residents don't want to see that. What we want to see focused on today is safety infrastructure. Going on to Pollara now, this shopping centre, this intersection where there's been a request for traffic lights, this is a large one, and I know that the response of this petition is disingenuous by the LNP administration because they don't have funding. And I know that this is the case because it's inconsistent what they've written here today, because otherwise, why would the Lord Mayor have promised $100 million to Pollara if he knew that our community wasn't under pressure to get significant infrastructure funding? It's completely against the advice of what's written in this petition. It's inconsistent, but it's all coming from the same administration. And earlier today, we just heard about how hard it is for the LNP Council to get $400 million to fund their metro project from the federal government. But I find it amazing that the Lord Mayor got up here a few weeks ago promising our community $100 million. Where are you going to get that money from? And will you really deliver it? Because it's on the record now and we've told our community. Finally, in response to the potholes from previously, as he's the infrastructure chair, 10 minutes ago a resident just commented, while you're at it, can you please ask him why Brisbane roads are riddled with so many potholes? It's becoming ridiculous. What exactly is the council doing about it besides letting the roads fall apart? And I know you see this in your own comments every day.
Further speaker, Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. And I rise, of course, to speak on Beams Road and the continued building of a safer carriageway for public for transport, but also the building of suitable pathways for cyclists. We have a Golden Downs, which is one of our beautiful retirement villages that is on Beams Road, and the upgraded pathways are going to allow people with walking frames, with scooters, etc., to navigate their way around our community. We have a new school, Holy Spirit, which has been built since this prior to this project, and at either end of this section we have St Flannan's, which is in Councillor Cassidy's ward, and we also have Tagum State School. We have Kabara Kindy, so we've got quite an important need there for pedestrians, for people with prams, for people with scooters, riding bikes or walking. And so this section has actually been the one that I've been most excited about and looking forward to its completion, because it is a fantastic underpass that means that people will be able to go under and join up with the Cabbage Tree Creek pathway and not have to cross at lights, not hold up traffic. So not only is the widening of the road going to ease that congestion, but to have that active travel go under the road is the perfect solution to this area for safety and for ease of travel as well with the people that we have there. This project, as you know, was divided into sections to make it more affordable, and it has done that. Each stage has been on budget and on time, and so Council has been, and we've delivered many projects in my ward alone with Hoyland Street, work on Rogan Road, Norris Road. All of these projects we managed to do on budget and sometimes under time. So it is great to see that happening. And it hasn't been the easiest of years with weather. So even with that, we are on track. I know when we first had this contract signed with the company that is doing it, that they were basically there the next day and starting work. And we know that it has been a bit complicated. It's a very important environmental area for us with Cabbage Tree Creek. But I think that the improved drainage, even the underpass itself, is going to help alleviate some of the flooding issues that we've had in that area. The Lord Mayor and I met with the local federal member on site to have a look at the progress, and as you know, it was the former member for Peachtree who advocated for this project and got funding. And I know I did have a conversation with the new member for Peachtree, and I'm hoping that she's on board, and so she will be advocating for us in Canberra with Minister King to be able to get funding for the next section secured. The best part about the next section, when we move back up to Cowie Road, is that it will help resolve another bottleneck that we have there going up to Gympie Road. from Lacey Road to Gympie Road is state land, and I know that they have already started work to make sure that by the time we are completing that work, they will also have works in place that will make that section of road much safer and flow better, with 2 lanes going up to Gympie Road. And I know my community, I'm sure Councillor Cassidy, you probably hear from your community who use that carriageway as well, that everyone is very excited about having that section completed.
Councillor Land, yep. Thank you. Further speaker, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just rise to respond to Councillor Lander's fairy tale about Beams Road and to just inject some actual facts into this debate before us today. I'm glad that Councillor Landers did at least, and the Lord Mayor couldn't bring himself to do it, but actually thank the federal government.
Oh, wow.
And Minister Catherine King, the federal Labor infrastructure minister, for injecting that $50 million into this council road project.
That's a lot of money.
A lot of money, but sorry, the Lord Mayor said $3.6 billion was crumbs.
Oh.
So no wonder he didn't even mention, he would never mention the federal contribution of Beams Road, because he must think so lowly of it. Pretty extraordinary in this, in Brisbane these days. Our city council can't upgrade city council owned roads anymore without federal funding. Yeah. But apparently this Lord Mayor's the greatest financial manager, the greatest thing since sliced bread apparently. We can't upgrade a council road without federal government funding. But we do thank the federal government for their commitment to Beams Road. But what I don't thank is this LNP council for cutting and slashing the Beams Road project. We just heard this fairy tale from Councillor Landers that apparently the whole Beams Road corridor is going to be fantastic. All these stages are happening. I heard from Councillor Murphy that stage... Remember how when they used to do a road project, it was just a road project? Yeah. And then all of a sudden he started calling, or the LNP started calling this one Stage 1A. Then they did a Stage 1B. Then there's a Stage 1C, which was carved off from Stage 1B recently, because the LNP Council cut funding to the Beams Road project. And they kicked that one down the road. Now, Councillor Landers said something interesting. She said all these projects are delivered on budget and under time, except for the fact that this Beams Road project, even in its pared back Stage 1B, is 12 months delayed. And there are huge budget overruns. Hence, they cut the entire Stage 1C section right at Kubara and St Flannan's School and Tagum State School that Councillor Landers spoke about as being so important to this road project upgrade. So right where this road goes past Kubara, right past St Flannan's and right to the corner where Tagum State School kids come and go, that's where the LNP have cut this project.
Shame.
So they're going to be funneling these extra lanes of traffic into an antiquated, outdated intersection at Beams Road and Hanford Road, which is one of the serious safety concerns that people had, which was one of the reasons this project was brought on itself. So it's just interesting that we have the LNP getting up and saying they're so proud of this project, they're so proud that it's been delayed, they're so proud that it's been cut up into all these little sections, and they're so proud that an entire section has been cut all together. It's just fairy tale stuff from the LNP. Now, the Lord Mayor and Councillor Landers went out and did a little video together. And before the Lord Mayor's office deleted all the comments, I just thought I'd capture a few of them, a few of the choice ones. And these are the Lord Mayor's greatest supporters, I'm sure. The first one, how about improving bus routes? Yeah, fair comment, I guess. Fantastic. But just to let you know, the key bottleneck is Lacey Road and Beams Road. When is that being fixed up? Councillor Landers mentioned it, gives no time frame for it, but I'm sure she's going to ask her friends in the state government for funding for that one. Not The next one, that's cool, bro. How about just picking up my recycling bin on time each week? If you can't collect a bin, you can't really build a road. I like this one too. It'll be fully completed by 2032 at the rate it's going. That's the community sentiment out there about the LNP's sort of fairy tale on what is now the Beams Road project. It has been delayed by years. It has been carved up by the LNP. It is having an enormous impact on the community for years longer than it should. And it's not and probably never will deliver the benefits that the LNP said it would, because they weren't able to manage it. They've cut the budget, they delayed it by 12 months, and we're going to see, probably at the intersection of Hanford Road and Beams Road, a worse outcome for motorists and pedestrians and cyclists.
Further speaker? Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on item D, which is the Sellers in Wales streets or roads out in the Pullenvale ward that is asking for some curb and channeling. Now, these two roads, they're not huge, but there are rural roads, right? Let's paint a picture here. We're probably looking at 2.5 acre blocks, rural. In other words, there's no curb and channeling, and generally speaking, Brisbane City Council doesn't build curb and channeling on rural roads until maybe some development, some infill development. When they doing some doing more development, right? And then of course the developers then pay for that. And we only have to look at Waterford Road in my ward where that's happening right now. But if you have a look at what's the situation now, right, is that they're having problems with stormwater. And I can see why, because the swale drains, right, in front of each of these properties haven't been maintained by the council. They've overgrown, they filled up and overgrown, right? And guess what happens with the water? Straight onto the roads, just, and honestly, if anyone's ever aquaplaned on a road because of water, it's a bit scary. But listen, the swale drains eventually end up going into a creek, right? But and there's the infrastructure to take that water away, but we've got to maintain the swale drains, and we have the same problem at the Oxley Golf Course in Freeman Road. And Boundary Road as well. The council wasn't maintaining the swale drains, and we put a job in, and they undertook the work, and they've done it, and it's working pretty well, right? Even when we get a big rain event. So, Councillor Adamant, I think you should actually put a job in on these two roads. Ask for the swale drains to be opened up, deepened, right? Maybe rocked as well. And maintained, right? And I think your residents there, you're probably 20 or 30 homes, right, in those two roads, will thank you for it, because that's what council should have been doing all along, and that's what's not been happening. So consequently, they're asking for curb and channeling, thinking that's going to improve things, and it would, but we'd have to put culverts in and all that as well, and that's very expensive. But these are 2.5 acre blocks. They do absorb a lot of rain, right? It's not a concrete jungle there yet, right? Maybe with some redevelopment over time, maybe that will be the case, and they'll have to do curb and channeling. So, anyways, I just thought I'd mention those couple of things, and then finally the Coles complex in Pullenvale or in Pollara. I thought that those traffic lights would have been condition of the development. That should have happened, right? And it's happened in my ward, right, where a much smaller complex is being built, very much smaller complex being built along Woogaroo Street, and where Lockwood and Woogaroo end up, we required the developers to build a roundabout to make that area safe. Yep, there you go, 7,000 users a day in that. Now, I don't know why. I mean, Coles is a big company. They got a lot of muscle, right? And the one in Woogaroo, of course, they're a small developer, right? Don't have as much muscle. But they knew that they had a problem there, and they were prepared to actually pay for lights. They were prepared to pay for lights, and we said to them, all we need is a roundabout and then for the next 10 years, and that's what we want you to build. So I disagree with that. I thought we'd just grab the money, put the lights in, right? And then we wouldn't have to worry about it in 10 years, right? But, the development team said, we want a roundabout, and it's gonna make that intersection quite safe. I like roundabouts, but anyways, I just thought I'd put that on the record that should have been conditioned with the development.
Further speaker? Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. Look, I just rise to speak in defence of Beams Road. I heard a gratuitous and completely unfair attack on the project earlier in their meeting, and I thought, no, this is a necessary and important project that is really making a difference for so many Northsiders. Beams Road before was a single lane in each direction, and it dealt with the rail crossing near Castledine train station. It interacted with some state land, and it's about, it had a number of accidents, particularly I'm a little bit out of practice, Mr Deputy Chair, but there was a particular roundabout near the old QUT Castledine, which has been owned by the state governments for some time, that routinely had accidents that required hospitalisation. That roundabout has been removed and replaced with a signalised intersection that has seen a significant reduction in the amount of accidents at that particular intersection. My notes indicate that between 2015 and 2024, the period before the commencement of this, Beams Road recorded 75 crashes requiring attention from ambulances or hospitalisation. Many of these also, one of the things that was lost in the assault by Councillor Cassidy on the Beams Road project is how many of these were in fact bumper to bumper, not interacting with intersections, but rather because of the roundabout and the nature of the need to give way to your right, a lot of cars would stop suddenly, and there were a lot of accidents where it was bumper to bumper in a single lane, causing significant traffic disruption as a result of that. Well, that does not happen between Lacey Road and the train line anymore. At the train line, we see significant works from the state government with that open level crossing removal. It was a hot issue in the state election. The need to deal with Beams Road was something of great interest. And then once we cross over to the other side of the train line into the area with the Cathedral High School, that again, it goes to 4 lanes, and the part I've not discussed is the significant and important upgrades to the cycling facilities. Previously, there were none. Now, there's actually some really good cycle facilities as part of that. 2 lanes to 4 lanes, cycle facilities, removal of the open level crossing, but also the stuff that you can't see, Mr Deputy Chair, significant upgrades to drainage. That was actually one of the issues that put the project timeline most at risk, is the need to actually get concrete drains built and stored in anticipation of this project. Some councillors might remember we actually had a yard on Telegraph Road where we stored a lot of our drain in preparation of this. While we were doing this, the federal government got a bit sort of territorial about some of the money that they had committed to this project, and we had to argue with them to release it to ensure that this project did go ahead. From what I can grasp, Councillor Cassidy's complaint is that the bit in Deagon Ward hasn't been done yet, and he would like it to be done, and he doesn't think that Bracken Ridge Ward is worthy. That's effectively the argument he was making. And of course, I don't agree. We as an organisation committed to doing the Beams Road corridor, and that is what we're doing. And we're seeing significant travel time improvement, we're seeing significant safety upgrades, we're seeing significant drainage improvements, we're seeing a much better experience for all transport users through that corridor. And then you start to talk about the fact that while we were in there, we were able to upgrade and realign the telecommunication and the electricity, setting it out of corridor so that future works didn't interrupt traffic flow. They were over to the southern side of the road. Now, while I say all of this, this was a project we did in a context where the state government, with then Minister Bart Mellish, fought council over the gradient of the open level crossing removal, that it was not DDA compliant, that there was a significant likelihood that as a result of the works by the state, the significant concrete bridge they were building, there would be flooding issues into dwellings in the Castledine area, particularly around that little shop, the Castledine Tower, I think, shop. All of these things were corrected by the work of people in the City Projects Office. The state agreed with us and has delivered a superior project. Now, why this seemed worthy of such harsh criticism is beyond me.
Councillor Wise, your time has expired. Councillor Griffith.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Why am I not surprised listening to Councillor Wines? All these wonderful things are happening on the north side. All these amazing things that can happen with drainage and electricity and everything. It just happens like that because the LNP are in control and it's an LNP ward. And oh no, we're not going to deliver anything in an opposition ward. That was virtually what Councillor Wines just said. It's embarrassing. It's actually embarrassing for this organisation. Let's remind ourselves, this is an organisation that's been in office for 23 years. They're getting more ineffective as time goes by. We know they've cut 500 staff, and we know that in the last 2 years since the Lord Mayor got elected, he's been on 5 international trips. And he still can't bring himself to come out to Pollara. Can't come out to Pollara, certainly not in my ward. But the sad thing here that Councillor Emily was telling me, Councillor Kim was telling me, was that currently, right now, on Compton Road, there's been an accident. 3 cars are along the side of the road because of an accident, because of potholes, because a tyre burst. There you go, Councillor Murphy. Through you, Mr Chair, maybe it's an opportunity to go out there and do a video.
A resident saw the tyre burst.
Maybe you can go out there and do a video on you filling a pothole while residents abuse you because their tyres have popped. Here it is. This is a stretch of road. Actually, it's a stretch of road where the Lord Mayor's put up one of these new Olympic signs. So we can't deliver a road that isn't failing, but we can deliver a new Olympic sign. And that was the Lord Mayor on the Disneyland trip, the Disneyland Olympics trip. I don't know which trip he was on, but he's always travelling and never in here, never prepared to debate and never prepared to listen to residents. I'd like to congratulate you, Councillor Kim, particularly on standing up for your ward. We're not getting some fairy tale about what's going on out there. We're getting what's really happening in the ward. And for so long, residents weren't getting that from their previous councillor. She was in here doing all sorts of things, but it wasn't work. It wasn't work and it wasn't ensuring that residents are listened to. So I think the issues that you face around Hamish Street, in terms of safety improvements, are really important. And I know I've been down there at the college, and it is congestion time when school's out. And that's a really important service that we need to provide and need to ensure that kids and students and staff are safe. So congratulations on standing up for residents. In relation to infrastructure across the city, what we've seen again from this chairperson, and it's week after week after week after week, is no, 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 to all these petitions that come in. You're not getting it. We're not delivering it. We don't have money. It's in a future budget. That's the real story here. That's what's really going on here. We actually don't have the money to deliver the infrastructure in the suburbs, but we have it for the inner city. And I think the Lord Mayor in his opening speech, well, certainly Kangaroo Point they do, they got a $300 million bridge. And the Metro cost $1.7 billion. And what was the other one? The other example the Lord Mayor gave at the beginning of this meeting, Breakfast Creek Bridge. So he didn't talk about the suburbs, he didn't talk about Greater Brisbane, he talked about what he's doing in the inner city. So we're seeing money come off developers and go and be spent in the inner city, and your residents, real residents, missing out. I think this report says a lot to the residents of Brisbane.
Further speaker, Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I'll rise to speak briefly on items B, C, E and F, if possible. And I was moved to speak because there were some things that I want to put on the record. Firstly, with item B, we are talking about requesting council install traffic calming devices in shared zone on Kent Road, noting that shared zones have a different function. I just wanted to note on the record that it states, in July 2023, council completed a survey of traffic volume. So that was 3 years ago, when council said that there is a possibility that traffic calming might be warranted in this area. 3 years ago that it might be warranted, reminding everyone in this chamber that in the 2025-26 budget that there was only one traffic calming new project that was allocated. And so when, through you, Chair, we hear that we are listening to data, we are saying what's said, what's actually said in reply to this petition is that maybe one day. For item C, we're talking about requesting council implement road safely improvements on Hamish Road. I think through you, Chair, Councillor Kim has talked about that. And it's again important to note the details that were said about this. And when we go through what the reply is, basically it says, Council, and I'm reading verbatim, Council recognises the importance of pedestrian safety and notes the footpath. The design allows for safety. It never actually talks about what the people are asking for. No. Which is safety improvement. It literally talks about what currently exists. I'll move on to E. Again, we have requesting the installation of traffic signals, speed and red light cameras. So I note again that petitioners are asking for signalisations and that there have been changes to this area. When we read through the petition response for E, it goes through and says it recognises the importance of residents feeling safe. There are concerns. This is driver behaviour. That's it. Doesn't actually talk about it. It never says we're actually not going to build a signalised crossing. It never talks about the kids that are asking for safety in the area. And of course, I could go on to F, but I don't want to keep going on time because with petition F, it literally just says there's a future corridor update. So it recognises there's a problem here, but again, pushes the problem down the road. And I reckon I got an idea about why it's like this. Firstly, because we do have an LNP council and a Lord Mayor that has publicly stated on the record signalised crossings, pedestrian crossings, traffic calmings are all downgrades. So the leader of this LNP council calls the things that residents are asking for publicly a downgrade. That's probably going to stop things from happening. And then secondly, of course, we know that everything is getting kicked down the can because this LNP council has no money. And I speak about this because, of course, we are now nearly in the middle of the year and it is nearly 2 years since the Montague Road Project Transport Study was supposed to be completed. It is, I mean, I can list the intersections. I can list the upgrades and pedestrian safety that is needed in the inner south because of the density increase and the increases of traffic on our road. So much so that I've had to do them myself through my Suburban Enhancement Fund to ensure that people can cross the road safely because this council will not pay for it. And so in that sense, it's clear to me why these responses are always like this. It's also clear to me why Councillor Murphy will come and stand up here and says, we're listening to you. But just remember that we're listening to you is superseded by the fact that by listening to you, we're not going to commit to anything anytime soon. We're going to kick it down the can for it to never be done for someone else to deal with.
Point of order.
Yeah, point of order, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chair. Can I ask that C, D, and E be taken seriatim as a group for voting purposes?
Yep, noted. Further speaker?
Point of order.
Yeah, point of order.
Could I please ask that item, did you say B, C, D?
No.
Could I please ask for item B to be taken in seriatim for voting?
Noted. Further speaker? Councillor Murphy, right of reply.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. I rise to sum up on this item. And why don't we just start at Beams Road, Deputy Chair. There was a lot made about Beams Road. And I think it's probably a good place to start with something that may have escaped councillors' attention in this place. But we remember when the current Labor federal government came to office, they placed all infrastructure projects under a review. I think it was meant to be a 100-day review and it lasted about a year. Beams Road was one of the projects that was put under review by Minister King. And that review, whether rightly or wrongly, took place and it held up the progress that we would have liked to have made on that project for 1 year. And then we have Councillor Cassidy attacking us for a 1-year delay. Well, I mean, we know what caused the 1-year delay. It was the review, and it was canvassed many times in this chamber, Deputy Chair. So I don't know if he's forgotten that or if he's sort of deliberately not talking about that 1-year review, but that was absolutely material in terms of our delays on this project. Now, I want to just leave Beams Road because there was a lot of comments made, I think, generally in this debate around council's performance across a range of metrics. And I want to talk about performance. Let's talk about road resurfacing performance. So not the spin, but the reality. This year, we have delivered 70% more asphalt, more road resurfacing than this time last year. So 70% more asphalt in 2026 than in 2025. So our performance is through the roof when it comes to road resurfacing at the moment. We've delivered an uplift on April. So by April last year, we delivered 102 kilotons of asphalt. We are now at 177 kilotons, same time of the year. So performance has uplifted, and that is thanks to the Lord Mayor's significant investment of $18 million in additional road resurfacing. And I think residents can see that out on Brisbane streets, new, smoother streets all around the city, popping up everywhere, and they'll continue to do that, Madam Chair. So, in fact, we have set a record. We have set a record in the month of April. We delivered more road resurfacing in that month than in any month in the previous decade. So a new record for road resurfacing. When it comes to trees, we have completed thousands more service requests than last year. We have completed 2,900 more service requests than at this time last year, so 30,000 against 27,000. On cemeteries, we are delivering higher service standards through more frequent mowing and cleaning, improving presentation and community experience. We are on sandbags. We've increased our capacity over 5 times to be able to deliver more sandbags than the usual volume, ensuring that our communities are supported when it matters. On graffiti management, our on-time completion of graffiti management has been the best result we've achieved in nearly 2 years. And I think residents see that. You do not see graffiti when you drive around this city or when you're in our parks. Well, that's ironic coming from Councillor Massey, Deputy Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah, sorry. Point of order.
I would like Councillor Murphy to retract because I said nothing.
I'll retract, Chair. On drainage and gully cleaning, we have reached a new record of 95% on-time performance delivering drainage and gully clearing, helping to reduce flood risk and improve network resilience. And on illegal dumping, the average completion times, despite what you heard earlier in the meeting, have nearly halved over the past 12 weeks, which means we are restoring areas more quickly. People aren't seeing illegal dumping around the place. It is being removed, and that is not encouraging more illegal dumping to take place. So across a range of metrics within Infrastructure Services Group, we are seeing record results in terms of service delivery that is not reflected on the comments that you hear in the chamber. So we're laying more asphalt, we're delivering more services, and councillors, councillors know this, because when it comes to projects like CEF, we've reviewed 35 projects in that we've saved a total design time of 32 months as a result of the changes that we've made, and we've found savings of over $700,000. So in all the areas that we look after, things are improving, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Now I put the item A and F to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Point of order.
Yes.
I rise to suspend all standing orders in order to enable me to move the following motion. Given the current infrastructure chair's lack of response to an accident right now on Compton Road, 3 cars have just become involved in an accident because their tyres burst in a pothole. I rise.
That's fine. It's a procedural motion, so yes. So
I move that.
You are moved to suspend. Yeah. So
thank you. I move that Compton Road.
No, it's suspend. Yeah, it's a procedural motion. So yeah, so we move to suspend the standing order.
Thank you.
Any seconder?
I move that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Sorry, I haven't finished the motion.
Sorry, no, you are moving to suspend standing order, so it is not a motion. So a suspension of standing order be moved by Councillor Kim, seconded by Councillor Collier. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Collier, seconded by Councillor Kim. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 18 against.
The motion is lodged. Councillors, please return to your seats. I now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Massey, seconded by Councillor Johnston. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerk, please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 23 in favour and 2 against.
The item is carried. I now put item C, D, E to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerk, please read the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 7 against.
The motion is carried. Councillor Allen, City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee.
Point of order, Chair.
Sorry?
We haven't voted on item F.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we did that in the beginning. It was A and F. Yep. Yeah, it was A and F together, so. Yep. Okay. Yep, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 12th of May 2026 be adopted.
Seconded.
It was moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Wolf. That the report of the City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 12th May 2026 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Item A was the committee presentation, which was a quarterly Brisbane economic update by the Economic Development team. The committee was presented with a number of statistics and figures which showed Brisbane's position relating to population, migration, tourism, the economy and employment. Now, turning to population growth and migration, these figures are the 24-25 year figures. For Greater Brisbane, growth is supported with a combined additional 58,000 people living in Brisbane, and this is a combination of net overseas migration, natural increase and net internal migration. Brisbane also has the largest positive net internal migration of all capital cities. While Sydney and Melbourne continue to lose residents through internal migration, Brisbane is still gaining hundreds of people from within Australia and overseas every week. Turning to tourism, in 2025 there were 9.6 million domestic overnight visitors, which is above the pre-COVID levels. Across all major capital cities, visiting friends and family remained the key driver of domestic travel. The total domestic overnight visitor expenditure in 2025 reached $8.86 billion, which was an increase of 7.4% on the previous year. For 2025, the top 5 countries for international visitors to Brisbane were, and I'll give you some numbers on these: New Zealand, 247,000, there you go, Councillor Marx. The United Kingdom, 155,000. China, 128,000, the United States of America, 109,000, and South Korea, 54,000. International tourism spending reached a record high of $3.6 billion, mostly driven by a strong increase in spending for education. So turning to Brisbane's spending patterns, we were lucky in the most recent presentation to be able to feature some newly purchased spend data from CommBank IQ showing Brisbane's spending patterns. It explored where spending is happening across Brisbane, who is driving it, and how major centres and events shape local economic activity. The committee were shown hotspots for weekend spending, visitor appeal, nightlife and high-spending residents as of March this year. The top 5 categories are supermarkets, other discretionary retail, department stores, clothing and accessories, private transport and groceries and other food retailing. The total spend at Brisbane businesses reached $24.98 billion, which was a 4.4% increase over the year, with daytime spending accounting for 83% and nighttime spending accounting for 17%. Annual spending in Brisbane City reached $2.24 billion, a 9.8% increase from March 2025, with December 2025 recording the highest monthly spend at $232 million. The committee were presented with examples of consumer spending in surrounding suburbs of major events, and this is important, including a series of concerts at Suncorp Stadium, the daily spending during the Ekka and spending during the Ashes Test at the Gabba. All of those events drive a significant amount of economic activity in the city. Now, turning to the economy, as of June 2025, Brisbane recorded nearly 146,000 new registered businesses at that point in time, and that's an annual increase of 2.4% or 3,400 new businesses. Of the total, 97% are small businesses. The largest industry sectors are professional, scientific and technical services, followed by rental, hiring and real estate services, and ultimately, after that, construction. Inflation has increased across most capital cities over the first half of the financial year. Brisbane recorded the second highest inflation rate among the greater capital cities at 4.7%, with housing remaining the dominant driver of Brisbane's inflation, compounded by higher fuel prices. Brisbane still has the second highest inflation rate among capital cities behind Adelaide. Employment, as of March 2026, Brisbane's unemployment rate was 3.7% and the total number of Brisbane residents employed was 808,000.
Councillor Allen, your time has expired.
Thank you,
Are there
Madam
any
Chair.
further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on Brisbane's economic update. And what we were presented with in the committee last week is a bit of a concerning picture about Brisbane's economy and about the work this LNP Council is doing to help grow that. And it left a whole lot more questions, I guess, than it provided in answers in terms of what does the future look like here in Brisbane. So what we know is that in terms of migration to Brisbane, those numbers continue to fall. As Councillor Allen said, there are less and less people moving to Brisbane, although we are still... Oh, no, I was going to maybe I was going to try and clarify something. Year on year, there are less people that are migrating, but Brisbane still is the biggest city for internal migration. So we do recognise that. But obviously something has shifted, because the Lord Mayor used to say there were 600 people a week moving to Brisbane. Now, Councillor Allen said that's no longer the case. It's a lot less than that now that is occurring. So migration, as according to the council officer who provided this update, is now normalising. But what we are seeing, though, in terms of visitation to Brisbane, which is really where the cash is, right? Getting tourists here to Brisbane, getting them to spend an extra night at a restaurant, an extra activity or experience here in Brisbane. What is concerning, particularly as Brisbane is now an Olympic city, and we've had the Lord Mayor travel the world, spruiking Brisbane apparently, maybe just spruiking himself, because what we are seeing with international tourism, those figures today in 2026 are still lower than the pre-COVID figures. So Councillor Allen talked about a few countries of which we are seeing increased international tourism from, but overall what we are seeing is that international tourism to Brisbane is still less than pre-COVID, still less than before we were announced as an Olympic city. Now, most visitors are still spending just one night because Brisbane is still seen by so many around the world, unfortunately, as a gateway to other Queensland experiences and into northern New South Wales. So people are transiting through Brisbane, maybe spending a night, and those that are spending a bit longer here are doing it for a few reasons: international education, employment and business reasons as well. So people travelling internationally for work, but those numbers are still low, unfortunately. And as Councillor Allen said, the domestic spend, the domestic visitation figures are up, which is encouraging. The vast majority of people who visit Brisbane come from within Queensland. And then some from New South Wales. As you go further afield, some of those visitations, say from Tasmania up to Brisbane, are also almost negligible. There's a lot of people, I think, that travel from Brisbane down to Tasmania seeking some cooler weather maybe. But we see a few extra people coming to Brisbane from domestic locations. But what we're seeing is that the spend per head on those domestic tourists is actually decreasing. So while there's slightly more people, the domestic spend here in Brisbane at our businesses, at our local businesses, is actually static. So while their costs are increasing, we seem to be attracting a few more people to visit Brisbane from other parts of Queensland. There are still less international visitors, which means those businesses aren't seeing bang for buck for whatever money that this LNP Council is spending, the tens of millions of dollars on economic development and advertising of Brisbane around the world. 85% of spending in businesses around Brisbane is done by residents, by people who live here, so only 15% of business that people are being able to generate through sales is coming from visitors to Brisbane, and 83% of that is happening during daytime hours. And we know from those stats that were presented, that is predominantly in shopping centres, in the CBD and in the Valley. So there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of work to be done by Council in terms of supporting small and medium businesses who are operating here in Brisbane under increasing pressures, and not seeing the work in the tens of millions of dollars that Council is supposedly spending on economic development and promoting Brisbane actually paying off for them. So, plenty to be done there.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I rise to speak on the Brisbane Economic Update presentation and acknowledge the encouraging signs that we are seeing across our great city's economy. Now, through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Cassidy has painted a picture of doom and gloom, but I can reassure you that the data clearly shows that Brisbane continues to be an attractive place to live, work, invest and visit. Brisbane is certainly a place we love and many businesses love. Our tourism sector is also showing strong resilience and recovery. As also mentioned by the Chair, Councillor Allen, Brisbane welcomed 9.6 million domestic visitors in 2025, alongside 1.3 million international visitors, with domestic visitor expenditure reaching $8.86 billion, which is up 7.4% on the previous year. That's incredible. Importantly, international visitor spending has now rebounded to $3.6 billion annually, exceeding our pre-COVID levels. The presentation also demonstrated the enormous economic value of our major events here in Brisbane. Suncorp Stadium events gathered more than $22 million in additional spending uplift. The Ekka delivered over $30 million in domestic spend,
And the 2025 Ashes test generated approximately $32 million in economic activities. These events are not just great for tourism, but they directly support local cafes, restaurants, hotels, retailers and small businesses across our great city of Brisbane. Importantly, Brisbane welcomed almost 3,400 new additional businesses in 2024-25, with almost 146,000 actively trading businesses now operating in our city. And perhaps more significantly, 97% of those businesses are small businesses that employ more than 20 people each. This is particularly important because small business are truly the backbone of our local economy and our community. From cafes to retailers, from Toowong to Indooroopilly to family-run businesses, professional services and local trades across the western suburbs, these businesses create jobs, support families and help shape the character and vibrancy of our neighbourhoods that we love so dearly. Coming from a family small business background myself, I understand firsthand the hard work, sacrifice and resilience it takes to run a business, especially during times of rising costs and economic pressure. While this report highlights strong economic confidence and employment growth, with Brisbane employment now exceeding 808,000 people and unemployment sitting at around 3.7%, it also acknowledges the ongoing challenges facing residents, particularly with housing affordability, inflation and rising transport costs. That's why continuing to support our local business growth, investment, employment opportunities and economic resilience remains so very important to us in our city. Brisbane is well positioned as we look forward to the future, and I am confident that our local communities and businesses will continue to play a major role in driving that success forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to everybody who contributed to that relatively short debate. But I must have been sitting in a different presentation to the one that Councillor Cassidy sat in, or it's obviously some issues interpreting some of the graphs. But certainly in the few items that he raised early in his response, I thought I'd just look at those. The annual net overseas migration to Greater Brisbane and the rest of Queensland, certainly it's still very high. Not as high as in 22-23, which was clearly the post-COVID exodus from many locations, but nonetheless, it's still an extremely high level for coming into Brisbane. And I think the challenge, of course, with high population growth is managing that growth. Councillor Cassidy mentioned that international and domestic visitation after COVID was below pre-COVID levels. That's not the case. It's above the pre-COVID levels and continuing to rise.
One moment, please, Councillor Allen. Councillor Cassidy, your point of order.
I claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just moving on to some of the other items that were covered in the presentation. International visitation to Brisbane is very strong and is in many cases in excess of the pre-COVID levels. I mean, we obviously had a bit of a drop-off with Chinese visitation from pre-COVID levels, and that's largely a function of the general sort of policy settings in China. But nonetheless, visitation from China is starting to grow again, and in fact visitation from all of our key visitation countries is continuing to rise quite strongly, and we'd expect to see that occur into the future. So I think it's worth bearing in mind that the outlook for Brisbane is very, very good. The visitation remains strong. major events continue to support economic activity in the city. We continue to have strong inbound investment from overseas and interstate. Our employment rate is high, our unemployment rate is low. The economic outlook in the city is strong. We would expect to see that continue. We know that the mood in the city is strong, particularly in the area of economic activity. We regularly have visitors coming to Brisbane looking to invest here, and I think the mood and the outlook for the city is strong, and it will continue to attract investment and economic activity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy, your point of misrepresentation.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Allen claimed I said that domestic visitation rates were down. I didn't. I clearly said they were up. But people were spending less when they're here, but international visitation rates are down, and that was provided by the council officer.
Thank you. We'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, as we have reached the expiration of 3 hours under the provision of section 35(13) of the Meetings Local Law, on the expiration of the period allowed for debate of committee reports, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the adoption of any committee report not yet voted upon without further amendment or debate.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor. I haven't called this one yet, but as soon as I do, thank you. Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee. Point of order, Councillor.
Thanks, Chair. Could we please grab item C in seriatim for voting?
So we'll now put item A, B and D to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Massey and seconded by Councillor Strunk. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 22 in favour and 1 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Customer Services Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Community and the Arts Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Finance and City Governance Committee. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Petitions. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Adaman.
Thank you, Chair. And on behalf of you, I have a petition requesting council upgrade Beams Road, Castledine.
Yeah. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a petition that is requesting council upgrade the intersection of Swan and Clarence Road, Taringa.
Councillor Strunk.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a petition signed by 3,000 Forest Lake residents asking for that the Parkland precinct be maintained at a decent level.
No further petitions. Councillor Dixon, can I please have receipt of the petitions?
Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Seconded.
Thank you, Councillor Collier. It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Collier that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? We'll now move to general business. Are there any items of general business? Councillor Gibney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This week is National Volunteer Week, and as the Councillor of Wynnum Manly Ward, I rise today to recognise and thank the incredible volunteers who are the heartbeat of our Bayside community. This year's National Volunteer Week theme is Your Year to Volunteer, and I think it is a wonderful reminder that volunteering has a place for everyone. No matter your age, background, skills or experience, there is always a way to contribute and make a difference in your community. Across our community, we have over 200 local groups and organisations that rely on volunteers. That is 200 groups not for profit, not powered by profit, but by people. People who give up their evenings, their weekends and their spare time simply because they care about others and want to make a difference. Volunteers are quite often quiet achievers of our community, and they do not do it for recognition or applause. They do it because they believe in connection, service and helping others. On the Bayside, volunteering is woven into the fabric of our community life. It is Rhonda cooking dinners at the Waterloo Bay Leisure Centre for the homeless. It is Di leading the Days for Girls program, sewing period packs for young girls living in poverty. It is Andrew helping grow Bayside United Soccer Club to a place where hundreds of players and families come together as a community. It is the parents serving on PNCs, the coaches at the Vikings, the Bugs, the Hawks, the Seagulls. It's James and the Loder Creek catchment volunteers planting trees. It's the group's fundraising through Bunnings barbecues. It's Wendy at the Manly Loder RSL supporting veterans and selling raffle tickets. It's Bill and Ava advocating for those living with disability. Without volunteers, many things our community values most simply would not exist. Earlier this year in March, I was proud to host the first Wynnum Manly Volunteer Expo at the Wynnum Municipal Hall to support local community groups and help connect residents with volunteer opportunities across the Bayside. More than 250 people attended and 25 organisations came together to showcase ways people could get involved locally. What stood out to me most on that day was the genuine passion of people behind these organisations. Groups like Meals on Wheels Wynnum Manly, the Rotary Club of Wynnum Manly, Red Cross Wynnum Manly Branch, Bayside Shelter Inc, Repair Cafe Bayside and Silky Oaks Children's Haven. We also have St Pete's Pantry and the Bayside Creek Catchment Group, just to name a few of the organisations that were making a real impact on the day. We also have incredible volunteers supporting organisations such as Legacy Brisbane, SES, the Coast Guard, Wynnum Manly Arts, Savoyards Theatre and the Bayside Community Fund, plus the Wynnum Manly Historical Society and our sporting clubs and faith-based organisations. Many of our local events would not happen without volunteers. Events like Baywave, the Wynnum Manly Jazz Festival, the Wynnum Halloween Parade, the Aussie Day Brekkie, the Bayside Spring Festival and the Wynnum Fringe all rely heavily on people who roll up their sleeves to help. Volunteering does more than just deliver services and events. It builds community. It strengthens connection and it creates friendships and supports networks. It reminds people that they really matter. One thing that I heard consistently through the Volunteer Expo was a concern about volunteer fatigue. the need to encourage younger generations to get involved. Many community groups are being carried by long-serving volunteers who have dedicated decades of service. While we are deeply grateful for their commitment, we also need to ensure that the next generation is ready to continue that legacy of community connection. I truly believe volunteering teaches some of life's most important values: empathy, responsibility, gratitude, teamwork, service to others. Groups like Scouts, Leos and sporting clubs provide opportunities for young people to volunteer and contribute. I also encourage parents to lead by example, because when children see volunteering modelled at home, it helps shape a strong community values for the future. Values that strengthen not only organisations but society as a whole. As a community, we should never take volunteers for granted. To every volunteer across Wynnum, Manly and Brisbane, thank you. Thank you for those early mornings and late nights. Thank you for the meetings, fundraising, planning, cooking, coaching, listening, cleaning, organising and caring. You are making Bayside not just a beautiful place to live, but you keep us connected and a compassionate community. You are the people who hold us together, and often without recognition. This week, we proudly recognise you. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on 3 items tonight. The first is something that occurred at the last meeting where I rose on a point of order to you, Chair, in regards to what Adam Allen was saying in regards to Annika Wells, which was not part of the actual item of debate. It was about the signing of the Sister Cities memorandum of understanding between LA and Brisbane, and I asked you if you had actually drew Councillor Adam Allen back to the debate, and you said that you had, and I disagreed with you, and you said, well, check the video. Now, of course, the videos don't show up for about 2 weeks, so I went to the transcript, and the transcript clearly shows that that did not happen. You did not bring the councillor back to the debate. So I don't expect an apology, but maybe an acknowledgement after you review. Right? But no one ever apologizes in this chamber. Right? And we should, but we never hear it. Moving on to tyres. There's a lot of dumping that's happening right across Brisbane, and one of the biggest offending pieces of dumping is tyres, and that's because Brisbane City Council does not have a policy for recycling or accepting tyres at the centres, at our refuge centres. Now, if you have a look at Southeast Queensland, whether it's the Gold Coast, whether it's Logan, Ipswich, Redlands, honestly, they all have a policy to accept. Some will charge, some won't charge, and you can actually bring 4 or 5 tyres. But we don't have any policy for any of that, right? And of course, our people from Bow Repairs and all the other tyre businesses, I don't know what they do with all the tyres. Maybe they send them to all those other councils and pay the fee. But Brisbane being the largest in Australia, we don't actually have a policy. And there's only 2 private ones, and they're both in Councillor Griffith's ward, and that actually do that work, right? And so honestly, I just want to raise this issue again. We need to actually have a policy to deal with these. I can show you properties in my ward on private property that actually have over 200 tyres. And the Lord Mayor has seen them. It's on the corner of Pine, Azalea, and Archerfield Road. And he was out there some months ago doing a video about the upgrade. They were all there staring at him, but he didn't say anything. And it's on private property, but we should have the ability to actually be able to direct private owners to deal with that, right? If we're not going to do it, they should be doing it at least, right? So I think we should have a policy to cover that. And the final thing is we had a presentation for the opening of the cricket, not so much the opening of the cricket nets at CJ Greenfield, but a dedication of the cricket nets to Anu Pereira from WPC, Wilson Park Cricket Club, who's been with that club for 25 years, and who's just, you know, I had a chat to his wife, and you know, you hear about golfing widows, right? She was sort of like a cricket widow, you know, because he involved the kids, of course, in it as well, right? But there was many weekends, of course, because they play cricket right throughout the whole year now, and you know, and I know Councillor from the Jamboree Ward knows him quite well as well, from WPC, and he's just a dedicated volunteer. And he's been doing it for like 25 years, and I was just so proud to be able to make the sign available, paid for out of Brisbane City Council funds, and have it put up, because we should pay tribute to those sort of volunteers, especially Volunteer Week. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on two items: Small Business Month of May and the launch of the Inner West Small Business Awards. So May is Small Business Month, an important opportunity for us to recognise and to celebrate the contribution that small businesses make across all of Brisbane. Small businesses are indeed the backbone of our economy. They create local jobs, they support families, they activate our shopping strips and precincts, they sponsor our community groups and our sporting clubs. They really do help shape the character of our suburbs, and they fuel our economy. Across Brisbane, our small businesses are what makes our communities vibrant and connected. As I've mentioned earlier today, coming with a small business background, I do understand firsthand the long hours, the risks, the sacrifices, the pressures of rising costs, and the hard work that it takes to run a small business. That experience is really, truly why I am passionate about seeing our local economy thrive and ensuring that Brisbane remains a city where small businesses can grow and succeed. Despite the challenges, staff shortages and cost pressures, Brisbane is a small business community that continues to show resilience, innovation and determination. Now that draws me to the Inner West Small Business Awards that my office is gearing up to launch this Friday. These awards are about celebrating outstanding local businesses, recognising the people behind them and encouraging the community to support local operators. When local businesses thrive, our communities thrive. I encourage residents to nominate their favourite businesses and continue supporting local all year round. To every small business owner across Brisbane, thank you for your hard work, your courage and your contribution to our city. I see you and I understand you. Brisbane is stronger because of you. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak about housing and tax policy. And last week, and increasingly today, it's become clear that the battle lines for Brisbane's future have been drawn. Over the past 2 years, we've made our position on this side of the chamber very clear. Bust through congestion with public transport, build homes that Brisbane people can afford, and deliver the services that ratepayers expect and deserve. And Labor stands in the corner of Brisbane, and last week the Lord Mayor made it clearer than ever who he is fighting for. The White Shoe Brigade, who wish to exploit the housing crisis to maximise private profits. Investors who hoard properties as speculative assets, using the value of their portfolios to outbid first home buyers trying to get their foot on the property ladder. We heard a bizarre claim that winding back tax subsidies for landlord welfare is apparently an extra tax on all of us. Just after the federal budget dropped last Tuesday, the Lord Mayor started to unravel, and we saw more of that today. First, he posted a video whinging about why the federal government hadn't written him a blank cheque. No dollars for the Metro, he said, except he did get $50 million for the business case then sat on that money for an entire year. His own document said the business case would take 2 years and be done by now, but the reality is it hasn't even started. He doesn't know how much he wants from the federal government because he hasn't pulled his weight, although he did let slip today he thought it would be about $3.8 billion. The Gold City glider that's been talked about since Campbell Newman was mayor, the LNP still have not delivered that. Instead, the culture of waste continues on junk mail, on events, on catering, on billboards, on radio ads, on influencers, on international travel, and as it became very clear last week, on an AI subscription in the Lord Mayor's office. Not just to generate Instagram carousels attacking housing reforms, but also to alter his own face with the help of the Gemini genie. Later that day, while the media reported on a leaked document exposing his responsibility for public transport delays, the Lord Mayor was having lunch at the Property Council of Australia. I'm told his speech was peppered with intriguing insights, citing data and research from, guess who? The Property Council themselves. Adrian Strinner has proven to yield a very positive return on investment for the private property industry. After lunch, the Lord Mayor was still hungry for some attention, turning to spam posting carousels attacking housing reforms on his own Facebook page. What the Lord Mayor's AI slop fails to mention, though, is that investors can still negatively gear new builds. As a reward for building the wealth of the nation by contributing to supply, they can build their own wealth. The fact is, 41% of all loans to investors in the March quarter this year were for investors and only 16% were for first home buyers. Now, did the Lord Mayor think to quote the critical figure while he was at the Property Council? 80% of that money lent to investors was for the purpose of buying established homes rather than new builds. It's clear that there's money out there for investment, but when the tax system rewards unproductive measures like hoarding existing homes, something is fundamentally wrong. We agree there's a supply challenge and the housing reforms now reward getting this new supply into the market. Surely this is what the Lord Mayor wants, no? New supply to go tall over sprawl around suburban precincts. He claims rents will increase yet ignores the existing investments will be grandfathered. He also ignores why thousands continue to rent because wages cannot keep up with house prices fast enough, and many locals would if they could. In good news, over the past week, we're already seeing investors pull out of auctions on established homes, giving first home buyers a chance. I've been critical of the Lord Mayor for not going toe-to-toe with the Crisafulli government over the Story Bridge restoration. It turns out he is keen for a fight, just as long as his opponent is wearing red. Now, I asked the Lord Mayor not to fight policy that's already working, just so he can curry favour with developers. If the Lord Mayor is keen for affordable housing in Brisbane, why did he and his team vote against affordable housing targets and inclusionary zoning at every opportunity over the last 2 years? Because this Lord Mayor puts party and profits ahead of people. It's shameful and Brisbane deserves better.
Further speakers, Councillor Adamman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I rise to also speak briefly about Volunteers Week and an event I attended yesterday to publicly recognise and thank volunteers in my local community. A couple of weeks ago, in the presence of the Lord Mayor and Governor of Queensland, we celebrated the 50th birthday of our wonderful Botanic Gardens at Mount Cootha. Yesterday, we were back there, this time to thank the volunteers who play such an important role in the success of the gardens. Chair, the theme of National Volunteer Week is Your Year to Volunteer. It's inviting Australians to make 2026 a year of meaningful community involvement and celebrate the profound impact volunteers have on creating connection and positive change. The truth is, our volunteers have been doing that for all of the 38 years the volunteer guiding program has been operating at Mount Cootha. I'm the fortunate councillor who gets to represent Mount Cootha in this place, and I love reminding everyone that our gardens are one of the city's most popular tourist destinations. In a city that relies so much on tourism for a strong economy, how our visitors view us and what we have to offer is crucial. A good customer experience not only leaves visitors with a positive view on Brisbane, but can have a knock-on effect with them telling their friends and relatives about it when they go home. As volunteers, they don't have to do what they do. And I'm pretty sure there are plenty of other things they could be doing with their spare time, but they choose to do it because they have a passion not only for Brisbane, but where they choose to volunteer. Chair, we have a total of 120 volunteer guides who host free guided walks at Mount Cootha, the City Botanic Gardens and the Sherwood Arboretum. Council's Volunteer Guides program was born out of the success of Expo 88. Those of us who are old enough to clearly remember how pivotal that event was in putting Brisbane on the map, on the world map at that time. Even though there are none of the original Mount Cootha guides from when it first started in 1988, I know that a number of our longer-serving volunteers with over 25 years experience remain active in this program. And I was honoured yesterday to be able to present flowers to Alison in recognition of her 28 years service as a volunteer guide. Chair, leading up to the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games in Brisbane, we'll be on the lookout for volunteers with the knowledge, expertise and passion to help sell the wonders of our city and our gardens to the many international, national and interstate visitors. We'd love to hear from our gardens volunteers if they are interested in being part of the Games experience. But for now, our gardens volunteers can be assured of the Schrinner Council's ongoing support for the Volunteer Guides program, and it was a pleasure to pass on our collective thanks for the work that they do in promoting our wonderful city to the world. And Chair, while on the subject of volunteers, this weekend sees the 115th annual Brookfield Show. Yeah. Again, there will be volunteer stewards and volunteer community groups involved with duties such as the displays, the barbecues and the entry gates. And it goes without saying that you are all invited to attend the show on Friday, Saturday or Sunday. A little bird tells me that Council Collier might be attending on one of those days. So I look forward to welcoming you, Council Collier, to the wonderful and unique part of Brisbane that is Brookfield. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Collier.
Thanks, Chair. I've got 2 items of general business today. Walk Safely to School Day on Friday and the intersection of Thine and Lytton Roads in the Morningside ward. So I want to acknowledge National Walk Safely to School Day, which is happening on Friday, and do also want to recognise that it is National Road Safety Week. It's a pretty straightforward initiative from both sides, but with a really important message. Walking to school isn't just about getting from A to B, it's about building healthy habits early, creating safer and more connected neighbourhoods, reducing traffic congestion around our schools, and giving kids the confidence to engage with their community. For so many families, the school run can feel rushed and stressful, but when kids and their families are able to safely walk, ride or scoot to school, even just for a couple of days a week, the benefits are enormous, physically, mentally and socially. But the key word here, of course, is safely. As Brisbane leaders, we have a responsibility to ensure our footpaths, crossings, intersections and school zones are safe, accessible and fit for purpose. Parents should not have to fear dangerous intersections, speeding traffic, poor lighting or inadequate pedestrian infrastructure when taking their kids to school every single day. So National Walk Safely to School Day for us in this place is also a reminder for everyone, especially in this council, that investment in active transport isn't just about infrastructure, it's about public health, sustainability and well-being. I want to acknowledge the parents, carers, teachers, school staff, school crossing supervisors and volunteers who help make local school journeys safer every single day across our city. And our own council active school travel team who do fantastic work supporting school communities. Thank you so much to Stacey and all who work in this team. I have seen firsthand the incredible impact that you have, and we are just also grateful for your work every day. To the young people walking to school, not just on Friday, but every day throughout the year, thank you so much for leading by example. National Walk Safely to School Day reminds us that creating family-friendly communities doesn't happen by accident. It happens when we prioritise safety, accessibility and connection in the way that we plan and build our city, because every child and every family deserves a safe journey to school. Secondly, I just wanted to speak briefly about the intersection of Thine and Lytton Roads in Balmoral. I have previously spoken in this place, and in the lead up to the Lord Mayor's budget and the LNP's budget, over 20 years they've delivered the budget for this city, and what locals have told me, and they are increasingly being frustrated by the lack of action of the LNP on this dangerous intersection. I have been a community advocate for a long time, longer than I've been in this place, and one of the first things that I went and spoke to former councillor David McLaughlin about was this intersection. It has been a problem that the LNP have known about for years and years and years. There are no fixes in sight, and it is only getting more dangerous as every day goes by. This is an intersection that is used by hundreds of locals every single day, whether they're commuting. It's an important link to the industrial corridor in Morningside. It is also used by school families at Balmoral State High School. And I've been contacted by the president of the Balmoral State High School PNC. I have spoken at length with the school leadership there, and they want to see something done. They want to see action. The community is demanding action. This is not something that this LNP council hasn't known about. It has been going on for too long, and now it is well past time to act. There was another accident there just recently. What is it going to take for the LNP to step up and do something? So I am standing once again in this place asking council to please listen to this community. There are accidents here all the time. It is not safe for school children. It is not safe for pedestrians. It is not safe for the community. Please do something about it.
Further speakers, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak about a spectacular weekend of events, and if I get the chance, I would like to highlight a wonderful volunteer in my community. Last weekend, we celebrated Vesak at the Sri Lankan Buddhist monastery. Now, that is an incredible community led by the most venerable Watagama Dhammasara Tiro and his team of monks. Now, this is an enormous crowd of wonderful young people who attend the monastery for both education and spiritual guidance. Now, what was impressive about this celebration is not only is it the most important event in the Buddhist calendar, which celebrates the birth, death and enlightenment of Buddha, but it was actually all led by the kids. So we went around the entire festival. The children talked us through the Buddhist history, some of the teachings and some of the learnings that they have picked up in their time at the school. And it was really powerful. Now, one of the special parts of the event is the parade. Now, the kids have created all of these amazing lanterns, and even some of the adults got involved too. And it was a spectacular array of colour, festivities and fun. And Madam Chair, I just want to say how proud I am to represent a community that is so diverse and multicultural and so proud of their heritage, but it's also all volunteer run, which is so important as we celebrate National Volunteer Week. The second event I want to talk about is the Tamil's 40th anniversary. Now, this was an event that was set up at the RNA Showgrounds. It was that big. And I do want to acknowledge our wonderful President, Karthik Elagovan, who did a spectacular job of really acknowledging the deep heritage that we have of the Tamil community here in the southeast corner. Now, we do suspect maybe it might have been a little bit older. We do suspect they might have started gathering maybe in the late 70s, early 80s, but the official association was set up in 1986 and they did have their celebration on the weekend. Now, this was fantastic. We had wonderful performers from overseas come and share with us the incredible heritage of the Tamil community. But this group is pretty unique. And I do want to acknowledge the long history that the leaders have had in keeping this community strong and confident. And it was really lovely to be able to have the previous presidents get up and acknowledge just how important this community has been for their families. And it's more than that. It's about their belonging, it's about friendship, it's about support, and it's also about pride. And our Tamil community is so full of pride about their culture, and it was so wonderful to be there with an array of dignitaries celebrating 40 years of their time here in Brisbane. Again, they have, I think, 7 schools across southeast Queensland, all run by volunteers every weekend, and just how important that is for that community. The last event I want to talk about is World Falandafa Day. They had their 34 years of celebration and they had it right out the front here at King George Square. Now, this was a really, really beautiful event on a Saturday morning, just after the Briz Sizzle event. They had all of these incredible performers right out the front of City Hall. Now, you may not know that since 1996, Falun Gong has been practiced in New Farm Park every week. Now, there we go, Councillor Howard is nodding her head. It is run in many, many parks, but since 1996, they have been practising this each and every week. And can I say, Madam Chair, through you, Councillor Howard, they're so proud to be able to say that they have been doing this for such a long time in New Farm Park. But just the practice and the peacefulness that these people bring to our city is so powerful. Now, Falun Dafa is practiced across the globe. It began in China in 1992, and it's now practiced across 100 places across the globe. I think it's really interesting. In China, it is no longer openly practiced, and I'm so proud that we live in a country where you have the freedom to believe in what you want. We respect cultural diversity, and we are so lucky to live in such a free and respectful country. Finally, Madam Chair, I do want to acknowledge, as it is Volunteer Week, I do have a very special volunteer. He is the president of our St Cat's Football Club. His name is Anthony Percival. Now, in the next week, he'll be hanging up his boots as president after 7 years. The club has grown phenomenally under his leadership. We have over 1,000 players playing there. We've got over 100 sponsors for each and every team. He has done such great work for our community, and I just want to say a big thank you on behalf of our community to Anthony Percival. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to talk about the basics of what Council is delivering, just trying to get some results for our residents. So where do I start? I might start with the mulch story first.
What mulch?
The mulch story. These are stories that come in each week, and I think, gee, wouldn't that be interesting to say that in the chamber? So let me just read this out. This is advice I got this week from officers. Here it is. Unfortunately, Council no longer provides mulch to entities and/or for purposes outside of Council's internal green space maintenance works due to the complexities associated with regulations pertaining to the supply and distribution of mulch. We don't give people mulch anymore. We've introduced these green bins. Isn't this amazing? Who's surprised? Anyone over there surprised? I suppose you knew it, you came up with it. This is Local Government 101. The Lord Mayor is leading us to the Olympics, but we don't do mulch anymore. Mind you, we've introduced green bins. We're collecting the green waste, but we're not giving it back to people. So no mulch for you. There you go. It's a little bit Seinfeld, but sadly, it's true. This is Brisbane City Council under the Liberals. Mulch is out. Bet you knew that, Councillor Murphy. You can go and do a video on that. Let's do the next one. And today we're talking about waste. Waste. Which councillor is in charge of this? Any of them? No one? Here is waste. Here's tyres. Here is rubbish. Here is Granard wetlands full of waste. Here is more waste and illegal dumping. Another side of waste. And, yes, here's more waste. So trying to get officers out there to collect waste seems to be impossible. Trying to get anyone to do anything about this waste seems to be impossible. All our executives love coming and looking at it, and then they go, we'll get someone to fix it.
Flying squad.
And nothing happens. So here is the pile of waste and the sites that have been reported multiple times, and nothing happens. Nothing happens. Also have a look at Dunn Road. Go down to Dunn Road.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Murphy.
Madam Chair, would Councillor Griffiths take a question?
No, not now, thank you.
Councillor Griffiths, will you take a question?
No.
Sorry, Councillor Murphy.
Will Councillor Murphy come out to Compton Road? Will Councillor Murphy come out and look at the waste that's been dumped everywhere? Because these executives are looking at it, but nothing's happening with it. So, I don't know. I'm sure you don't have that problem in Liberal wards. I'm sure there's no problems like that in Liberal wards, but I'm going to make sure that you know about it every week, Councillor Murphy, the stuff that I can't get done. Now, let's see, what's next in this little pile of wonders? CEF funding, Councillor Murphy, CEF funding. How long would you think it would take to put a light in a dog park, Councillor Murphy? 3 years, yeah, 3 years. So we're still waiting for a light in a dog park. A light in a dog park 3 years later, Councillor Murphy. Well done. So ask to look at Evans Road Dog Park. What about a tap in a park, Councillor Murphy? How much would you expect to pay for that?
$40,000.
This checking if you've listened, actually 44. That's now going on to 3 years we've been waiting for this tap, Councillor Murphy. 3 years. I'd be really proud of that LMP achievement. Now, I'd imagine there'd be a whole lot of Liberal councillors over there waiting 3 years for a tap or a light. I'm sure they all are. We're all treated equally. You're at the bottom of the pile, I think. Dunlop Park, Corinda, I'll take that interjection. So we've done the dumping story, we've done the mulch story, and then we've done the time frames for CEF. So we've got 2 years for light, 2 years for the tap, 2 years for trees, and 3 years for a footpath, particularly if you're disabled. There we go. Well done, LMP. 23 years, and we can't get any better. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Chair, I move that the meeting adjourn for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Adamant and seconded by Councillor Givney that council adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all... Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. When all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber. Further general business. Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak about an event on the weekend which should be of interest to maybe everybody in this chamber or maybe nobody. Magic Round. Yeah. What can I say? New Zealand Warriors versus Brisbane Broncos. It was a great game. I have to say it's the first game I've ever been to live. I usually just watch them on TV, and I generally watch just for the haka, and then I'm done. But I actually watched this whole game, and I have to say, and I don't know the guy's name. My husband will be very disappointed with me. I just know he had long hair, and he got that ball, and he just ran, and he ran the whole field, and it was. Oh, okay, there you go. Greg knew who it was, and he was a ripper. I can tell you, it was just amazing to watch. I even jumped out of my seat and was clearing and chapping and everything like that. So it was a great afternoon at Suncorp Stadium. I also want to mention the bus drivers in particular. I got the bus there and back, and in particular, a shout out to our bus driver, my old mate Dave. I could not believe it. Of all the bus drivers in the world, I get on the bus and this guy Dave, so him and our kids went to Warrigal Road State School together. As you know, I was PNC president there for 5 years, and when I was ready to leave, there was no one taking my place. I strong-armed Dave into taking over the role of PNC president at Warrigal Road State School, and he did it for a year, so I feel like I've owed him ever since. But anyway, but he was great, and it was all in fun, and we did have a few conversations with some of the more passengers in the bus who'd had a tipple of a few or two, so I'm just going to leave it at that. Yeah, look, the Kiwis, they took over the stadium and they took over Caxton Street, and it was it was a great afternoon. It was a great afternoon. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on a number of local issues, including the Suburban Enhancement Fund projects in Tennyson Ward. Firstly, I want to thank Councillor Griffiths. Last year we started talking about, I guess, how to put pressure on the administration regarding their administration of the SCF. And, you know, we did the story in the Courier Mail, but Steve has led the campaign to try and get better value for money for Brisbane ratepayers through the SCF process. And I want to thank Steve because we had an outcome. The LNP has finally... the Lord Mayor, thank you too, yeah. The Lord Mayor, the LNP has finally realised that they have completely botched the management of the SCF campaign, the SCF funds, sorry. And we can see every single day how bad their decision-making process has been, and the very real impacts on the cost of infrastructure and the way in which the scheme's been administered. Now, I want to give a couple of examples. The first one is a footpath in Oxley, that I've been trying to have funded for over 2 years now. So I had an initial verbal quote from my council outcome manager, and it took 2 years before they came to me, not with a quote, a formal quote. They gave me a fee proposal to get the quote. Now, the fee proposal to get the quote, does anybody want to guess how much it was? $45,000, Councillor Strunk.
This is LNP, man.
That was the amount to get the quote. Now, the footpath itself, they estimated was somewhere around $200,000, maybe a little bit more, because years have gone past with no action. So the good news is I pushed back with the CEO, I've pushed back internally with Matt Hardy. They're now revising it. I hopefully will get an actual quote 3 years after my first request. Now, this is for an street that doesn't have a footpath at all, and it connects through a local reserve. So it would be very valuable to get kids to and from school and movement around the community. But this council wanted to charge an exorbitant fee. Oh, and the best part was, does anybody want to know how long it would take to get the quote? So the fee proposal, 7 months. So council told me it would cost $45,000 and take 7 months to get the fee proposal. If council was a private sector company, it would go bankrupt because that's hopeless. The second one that I want to mention is about not an SEF project, but a local project in my ward. And this is related to some lighting in a toilet block at Dunlop Park at Corinda. Now, Dunlop Park is a very busy sporting facility. It has a council pool, it has playgrounds, Corinda State School is there, but it is home to the Oxley Soccer Club. And what I would say is that we have thousands of people playing soccer. So yes, they use the clubhouse facilities, but they also use the council public facilities. The council public facilities are not lit. So we have been pushing for some years to have the lighting funded. Council finally agreed in 2022 to put the lighting in, and I was told that the lighting would go in within a matter of weeks. That did not happen. For the past 3 years, we have been fighting to get the lighting promised by council that I was told would be delivered by a certain date, which never happened, delivered. Now, the CEO of council, I raised it again with her. In February, she told me that the installation of the solar lights that was previously committed to and communicated to your office was not completed. The job was erroneously closed out due to an administrative error. It was an administrative error. It's like, those lights, yeah, we did those lights for Councillor Johnston, but, you know, no one checked. Yeah, we did. So she's very sorry that it occurred and officers have been reminded of her expectations. Guess what? That was on the 13th of February. 3 months later, in May, still no lighting design, still not done. And despite council's acknowledgement that the wrong thing was done here, that 3 years has passed.
Councillor Johnson, your time
it's still
has
not been
expired.
fixed,
Are there
and
any
it's not good
further
enough.
speakers? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on 4 items. The response to a question I took on notice earlier in the meeting, Ida Hobbit Day, Homeless Connect and our public space liaison officers within the Safe Communities team. Moving to the first item, the councillor for Tennyson raised an issue about Chalmers Sports Club, in which she said, in the storms last year, the roof fell in. So I'd like to respond to that by saying that the roof did not fall in. When council officers attended the site in November 2025, they observed damage to several ceiling tiles. The roof structure itself did not collapse. Roof repairs and guttering works were undertaken in 2023, and the $1.2 million in council funding is fully accounted for. It was properly acquitted and spent in line with the funding agreement and the approved deed of variation. Moving to Ida Hobbit Day, I just want to thank everybody who attended. It's an amazing day where we raised the flag. To see the people in King George Square was just amazing, and for all of our wonderful council officers who came up, and not only that, but
One moment, please, Councillor Howard.
Point of order.
Councillor Johnston.
Yes. Madam Chair, I just wanted to check about whether it's appropriate. I'm still waiting on the administrative action complaint about this matter, and Councillor Howard has just told me everything is completely fine. That's not what I've been told by the CEO. So I'm just wondering if she would table the advice that she has so that we can see where it came from, please.
What I'm going to suggest, Councillor, is that Councillor Howard has given you her response, and if you've got further issue, it's something you should take up outside the chamber with the councillor and let her complete her general business. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Ida Hobbit Day, as I said, was attended by many of our council officers, but also our guest speakers, and we had many external organisations that were represented, and it was a fantastic morning where we all came together. And this has been happening for a number of years now, and it's really something that I think that the River City Pride should be so proud of the work that they do within council, and I want to thank them for organising it and for all those who attended. I also want to thank all of the people who were responsible for Homeless Connect. Again, I know many councillors in this chamber attended, and it is always a privilege for us to be there to work with the clients who attend on that day, and to thank the many voluntary organisations and the many services that attend and make the day extra special for all of those who are there. And finally, I would like to speak about our public space liaison officers who, because they were at Homeless Connect, could not attend an event that was to provide some awards from the Lord Mayor. And they were successful in category 1, which was the courage to make a difference. And the Lord Mayor's commendation, I think, needs to be read into our minutes. It says public space liaison officers within state communities team, community and the arts services. The public safety liaison officers team has shown remarkable courage, professionalism and an unwavering commitment to keeping our community safe. Responding to homelessness and housing challenges, the team conducted more than 3,000 site visits across Brisbane in the past year alone. With more than 2,800 engagements, they provided support to some of our city's most vulnerable residents, linking them to housing and wellbeing services. The team also provided critical support during ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, collaborating with external agencies to safely relocate people, as well as provide crisis accommodation and emergency medical support. Working in rapidly changing conditions and at times unstable environments, our public safety liaison officers provide calm, coordinated and compassionate support to ensure others' safety. The measurable impact of their hard work reflects true dedication, and the gratitude expressed by those who've helped speaks volumes. So, Madam Chair, I'd just like to add my very big thanks to our PSLOs, because I know everybody in this chamber appreciates the work that they do day after day. And on that note, thanks very much.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I will rise to speak on 3 items today. I'll rise to speak on thanking volunteers, on our recent Suburban Enhancement Fund pedestrian upgrades across the ward. And also because Uncle Willie, who was here today in the chamber, I thought I'd raise what Uncle Willie raised with me in our quick chat. Okay, so firstly, volunteers are the bedrock of our communities, and it's important to thank them all. Whether it's habitat groups, our PNCs, grassroots organisations providing support for rough sleepers, gardening groups, sporting clubs, those that participate in local festivals that make those local festivals happen, and many more. It's really important to thank them. I want to put a special thank you to 2 particularly, just because it's on my mind. Firstly, to 4ZZZ volunteers. 4ZZZ is a community radio station that we support. Not only do they support independent artists and Brisbane artists predominantly, but they create a culture of diversity in our music and media landscape in Brisbane. And so I want to give a really huge shout out to them. I know they're seminal not only in the radio station, but in their community events and gigs that they put on. And we should all, if we haven't subscribed yet, we should be subscribing and we should be supporting them. It's on my mind also, but I want to thank all the volunteers that came to my volunteer night last night. We had over 50-something people sign up. Unfortunately, because of the weather, we had about 36, 38 people show up in the end. So many of you I've never met before. And I'm so thankful that you've all come to our volunteer support night in ways that we can help the Gabba ward in our local communities, noting that the Gabba ward has many requests from communities, whether it's local cleanups, whether it's a church around the corner that has older parishioners that is looking support for their gardening and beyond. So I want to thank everyone that's willing to support the Gabba ward office and my work in my local community, and I really appreciate the time that you spent with us last night. I just wanted to talk quickly about Suburban Enhancement Fund and about pedestrian crossings, because I want to share the experience that we've had. A few times I've talked about how Seth, everything is being moved to Seth, everything, even though you know, we'll see. It's a roll of the dice. Will Suburban Enhancement Fund be increased or not? We'll see, even though all projects are being moved in. And recently, between February and April, we did we did community consultation, proper community consultation on the ground on our suburban enhancement fund, specifically giving the residents, the local residents that it affected the most, the community vote if these projects was going to go ahead. But I think it's really important to talk about it. These projects have taken over a year and a half, maybe even 2 years for completion. Apart from the fact that these projects on Dornoch Terrace, Montague Road, and at Main Street, Kangaroo Point, have been projects that local residents have been asking for well before I got here. And I've been here 3 years. Doesn't time go fast? These are all projects that council has been aware of and the need for these projects. And something really important to note about them, because we took this on as a Gabba ward office, and it took us 2 years, because we took this on as the local councillor, it wasn't just the delivery, the future delivery, which we haven't received any changes to on the budget. I think maybe one got a change on the budget. But we had to also deliver the funding for the designs, because this council can't even design. And I think it's really important to note that all of us have a suburban enhancement fund, but when council refuses to do basic refuges, basic crossings that community asks for, we are in trouble. I've got a couple of seconds. Uncle Willie said to me on the floor today, if the Lord Mayor wants to improve green spaces, then there should be an accessible toilet in Highgate Hill. That's what Uncle Willie said, so I just wanted to place what Uncle Willie said to me in this chamber, here in the chamber tonight.
Further speakers. Councillor Parry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I rise to speak on 2 items this evening, and that is the Australian Remembrance Army and Homeless Connect. On Saturday, I attended the unveiling of 186 plaques in Lutwyche Cemetery, and the reason that those plaques were unveiled was because of the work of the Australian Remembrance Army. Now, that Australian Remembrance Army are 2 women, Kate Walker and Katrina Trevethan. And if you want something done, give it to 2 busy women, because what they've done over the last 5 years is mark 804 World War I veteran graves in Lutwyche Cemetery and Toowong Cemetery. And as people in here would be aware, 416,000 Australians enlisted in World War I. That was of a population of 5 million Australians at the time, and 60,000 were killed. And many of them who weren't killed in battle actually came home and had the everlasting scars and impacts of being in that conflict, one of our worst and bloodiest wars. And those people that came home, if they were buried as paupers or if they were immigrants that didn't have family here, it means that their graves were unmarked. And for many years, they haven't been recognised and they haven't been given the dignity that they deserve as veterans who served our nation and fought for our freedom. And what these 2 women are doing, and the Friends of Lutwyche Cemetery and many of the people that have supported them, are providing these men and women with the dignity and the recognition that they deserve by marking their graves that are currently, many of which have been unmarked, as I mentioned. So I'd like to acknowledge Kate and Katrina, who are fabulous women, and I'd also like to acknowledge the people that were there on the weekend. Some travelled as far as from down as far as Townsville to be able to, acknowledge their great-grandfathers who they didn't even know perhaps served or may not have even been aware of what they did for our country. Many of whom were acknowledged with medals, but were not acknowledged with graves. So it's a very important thing that they're doing. They rely on grants from the state and federal governments, which they have received to complete their work. There are currently no grants for this work for World War II veterans, only World War I for the time being, but I have no doubt that the Remembrance Army of Kate and Katrina will continue and advocating for that in the future. And of course, they obviously give a lot of their time for free, for nothing. The grants don't cover wages or anything like that. It just covers the cost of the plaques and seeking out the information. So
So I would like to acknowledge them. I'd like to acknowledge the Pine Rivers Brass Band who performed, as well as Major Chris Moon and Chris Malcott from the Toowong RSL sub-branch. I understand that the next event that they'll be doing will be at the Toowong Cemetery where they'll be unveiling some plaques there as well. So it was a wonderful afternoon. The rain held out for us, and I'm really, really proud to be the councillor for Lutwyche Cemetery there. The second thing I wanted to mention was Homeless Connect. Again, another incredible event. It was rainy, but it was very busy. It was great to see other councillors there from all parts of the ward, and the Lord Mayor's Youth Advisory Council was there in force. And one thing I wanted to mention were the long-serving volunteers. I know Peter has served 30-odd years, volunteered for 30 or more years, 20-odd years, excuse me, for Homeless Connect. And there was also a man there named Daryl. Now, Daryl is one of those characters that many of us would have in our wards that will visit regularly and we get to know. And he has, this year was his 20th year volunteering, and he brought along all of his volunteer T-shirts that he's worn since 2006. And he hung them up. They were hung up on one of the sort of the marquees, and he was very proud of them. And we had a photo together, and he's there every year. And Daryl lives in Gordon Park. Now, during the last couple of weeks, or last few weeks, there has been a by-election in my patch, and even though Daryl wasn't voting in that by-election, he did attend the booths many times to chat with the politicians that may or may not have been on these booths. And he did, as he chatted with Councillor Wines, and it was great seeing him on the news. He made the news several nights, and he was very proud of that too. And I understand he asked Cameron Dick if he had a visa for travelling to the south side, and he also got to talking to Councillor Wines as well, and then for 45 odd minutes, and then Councillor Wines said, "Oh, you're going to vote, mate?" And he goes, "No, I don't actually live in the seat. I just came here for a chat." But he's just a wonderful human being that gives up his time, commits a lot of his time and his efforts to the community, and he's in no way political. He's just a good guy, and I know he has a background in hockey. I think he might know Councillor Davis's husband, John Davis, who was the president over at Kedron Oval Hockey for many, many years, and I just wanted to acknowledge him and acknowledge the many characters that we come into contact with in our time as councillors. So thank you very much.
Further speakers? Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak about potholes. I have one complaint from a resident just tonight. Over the last hour, I've been inundated with messages from our residents of tyres being popped right now. And as the infrastructure chair walks out of the chamber, he's afraid, he's hiding now. Right before this, Compton Road, I see Councillor Wolf. She's just waving at the baby. I thought you were waving at Councillor Murphy. But with this pothole, lots going on tonight, but with the infrastructure chair walking outside of the building right now, he takes no responsibility despite being the infrastructure chair for a $4.1 billion budget, and the Lord Mayor is not even here right now as well. So they both just walked out. Conveniently, he's just walked out of this chamber right now when I'm about to read out this from a resident. There is a very large pothole right in front of New Polaris State School Junior Campus near the area where the road rules were recently changed to allow right turns into the school. With the heavy rain and poor lighting on the road, the pothole was impossible to see in car headlights. Tonight, my car hit the pothole extremely hard, causing a huge jolt. The tyre was punctured immediately, and I briefly lost control of the car before managing to pull over safely. I had my kids in the car, and it was a very frightening experience for all of us. I also noticed a couple of other cars pulled over just past the pothole, and I'm wondering if they may have experienced the same issue. Unfortunately, due to the heavy rain, I wasn't able to speak with them. This situation is very dangerous, especially for families and school traffic. I'm concerned not only about the repair costs, but also about who is responsible for ensuring this road is safe after the recent traffic changes. Has anyone else experienced damage or safety issues from this pothole recently? Well, to answer that question, at the exact same time this afternoon, there was 3 vehicles on Compton Road with tyres popped on that road as well. As this was all going up, I got another message from another resident whose rims were damaged from driving over a pothole, but at the exact same time this afternoon, we heard Councillor Murphy boasting about how quickly they fixed their potholes, 24-hour turnaround, while tyres are literally popping, not to even mention that he didn't even acknowledge the fact that this accident took place as I brought it up real time in this chamber, which is disgraceful and arrogant behaviour from the LNP Council that's been in for over 20 years and probably the reason why they believe they can get away with their apathy. It's unbelievable, and this is only one example. And this happened right outside Polaris State School, the new campus right now, the same one that the Lord Mayor keeps running away from and refuses to fund. And at the exact same intersection, I got this message, a video recording from a local resident just tonight over our dinner break. It's a car on the grass verge because they have nowhere else to go, with residents walking on the footpath outside the new campus, the only little bit of footpath there. All the cars illegally parked there to drop off their kids. This road has 5,000 to 7,000 users a day, but it's the same road that the petition response that was knocked back by the LNP just this afternoon in Infrastructure Committee, it's the same road that Council deems as not having enough data, not having enough evidence to prove that there needs to be an upgrade, which is ridiculous. In one afternoon, I've received all these messages with incidents happening all across our ward, but today we had to sit here for the small amount of time that the Lord Mayor was here. He was there lecturing us about how federal government doesn't give him enough money. Well, isn't that funny? Because the Lord Mayor makes us, our outer suburban residents, pay for all of the projects that he wants, the little flashing ones in the inner city, then he blows the rest of his budget and doesn't achieve anything for our outer suburban residents. And if he really believed that he did, he wouldn't be running away right now, just like Councillor Murphy. They're both absent from this chamber here tonight because they don't care. If they did care, they would finally accept our invitation to come down to our wards. This is simply unacceptable. I will keep raising this. These are direct messages right now from residents who are experiencing this afternoon. I know that the councillors sitting here have had similar responses and inquiries and complaints coming through all afternoon. Once again, I'm asking the Lord Mayor to come down, fix the Polaro disaster, fix the traffic disaster at this rate. We rank as the worst for traffic congestion in all of Australia. Finally, now that LNP Councillor Murphy has returned, we ask him as the infrastructure chair to also relay his message to his headmaster that he gets head kicked by as one of his many LNP puppets. We ask him to relay this message to the LNP Lord Mayor, which is to fix Compton Road, fix the potholes and resurface the roads instead of just focusing on improving a sign, an old one to a flashy new one, and also fix the Polaro disaster and respond to this and finally meet our residents, because right now, the longer they continue to ignore it, the more those results will come back through in 2 years' time, because residents have had enough of this LNP council that doesn't care about them.
Further speakers. Councillor Atwood.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Like many in this chamber, I too wanted to say a very big thank you to the many volunteers who make Doughboy Ward such a wonderful place to live. I feel very fortunate to work closely with the many organisations and sporting clubs and other volunteers who make Doughboy Ward such a wonderful place to live. I wanted to give a very big congratulations, though, to Carolyn Robinson from Beyond DV. She was named Queensland Volunteer of the Year at the Volunteering Queensland Awards. Carolyn founded Beyond DV, a charity dedicated to supporting women and children fleeing domestic violence by helping them rebuild their lives with dignity, safety and hope. This recognition is so incredibly well-deserved and reflects the countless hours Carolyn has dedicated to supporting vulnerable women in our community. Because of your incredible compassion, advocacy and unwavering support for women escaping domestic violence, you have truly saved lives. What makes Carolyn so special is not only her leadership and determination, but the way she has built Beyond DV. It really was a grassroots charity starting up. She got all of her friends, family, and so many people involved in her networks to all pitch in and help out. So thank you, Carolyn, for everything you do. Doughboy Ward and the wider Brisbane community are so proud of you. I also wanted to highlight a very special birthday. The Camphill Carindale Lions, they recently celebrated their 60th birthday. For 6 decades, 60th birthday. For 6 decades, Lions members have been fundraising hundreds of thousands of dollars for our community, helping at local events, providing car parking assistance, and of course, serving up the good old Lions sausage sizzles. 60 years of service is an extraordinary achievement, and it's a reminder that strong communities are built by people willing to give their time, energy, and heart, and that's certainly what Lions is all about. These people are volunteers of our community are the backbone of Doughboy Ward. So during National Volunteer Week, thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything you all do in our community. And lastly, I wanted to acknowledge the incredible journey of a grade 11 student from Moreton Bay College, Jessica. Last year, Jessica was actually a Lamayak student, and so I was really lucky to get to know her. Jessica was recently recognised as one of the only 8 students in Queensland to receive the Premier's Anzac Prize. As part of this award, she took part in a 2-week journey through Europe, finishing at the Gallipoli Dawn service on Anzac Day. Along the way, she visited significant historical sites, including deepening her understanding on the Anzac story and the courage of those who served. Jessica also placed commemorative crosses at key memorial sites and was warmly welcomed by local schools throughout her tour. What an unforgettable experience of reflection, remembrance for 16-year-old Jessica. So during National Volunteer Week, I just wanted to end my speech by saying thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Further speakers? No further speakers? Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 8 on the agenda. Councillor Collier, would you please move the motion?
Chair, I move that this council commits to gender-responsive budgeting and publishes a women's budget statement from the 2026-27 budget.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Kim that this council commits to gender-responsive budgeting and publishes a women's budget statement from the 2026-27 budget. Any debate? Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise today in support of this motion, calling on Council to implement gender-responsive budgeting and publish a women's budget statement. Before I speak to why this matters for Brisbane, I think it's important to explain clearly what gender-responsive budgeting actually is, because despite what some may try to claim, it's not about creating a separate budget for women. As UN Women explains, gender-responsive budgeting is about analysing budgets through a gender lens to ensure public spending works fairly and effectively for everyone. It recognises that budgets are not neutral and that without considering the different ways policies impact people, governments can unintentionally reinforce inequality. The questions we need to be asking ourselves are, who benefits from council spending and who is being overlooked? And are we designing policy that reflects the lived realities of our community, the ones that we represent? Because every decision that we make in this chamber, every dollar allocated, every project prioritised, every service expanded or cut has an impact on people's lives, and those impacts are not always felt equally. Gender-responsive budgeting is fundamentally about transparency, accountability and good governance. For decades, women have carried disproportionate burdens in our community. Women are more likely to undertake unpaid caring work, more likely to reduce working hours due to caring responsibility, more likely to experience financial insecurity later in life, and far more likely to experience domestic and family violence. In local government settings, women are often the people who are most reliant on the everyday infrastructure and services that we provide, things like parks, footpaths, lighting, public transport, connectivity, libraries, community centres, sporting facilities and safety initiatives. And yet, despite this, gender analysis is too often treated as an afterthought or not at all, rather than being embedded in decision-making. A women's budget statement would provide transparency about how council spending decisions affect women and girls right across Brisbane. It would allow us to properly assess whether this council is really reducing inequality or if we're reinforcing it. If we are serious about building a city for the future, that future must work for women. And the reality is, Brisbane City Council under the LNP have failed to show leadership on this issue. For more than 20 years, the LNP in Brisbane has controlled City Hall, and under the LNP, when it comes to structural reform that genuinely examines inequality and outcomes, there's been very little appetite to do anything. We hear a lot from the LNP about world-class cities and Olympic legacies, but a truly world-class city does not exhaust gender equity in its budgeting processes. Are women safe accessing public spaces at night? Are sporting facilities equitable for girls and women? Are mums and carers able to move through our suburbs safely with prams and their kids? Are community services accessible? Are we investing in prevention and support services? Are our policies improving women's economic participation and well-being? The answer for a lot of these questions right now is either no or we don't know. But these things really matter. And the women in Brisbane deserve more than just symbolic gestures. They deserve evidence-based policy embedded in the core financial decision-making of this council. There is so much precedent. Other governments and jurisdictions around the world have already adopted gender-responsive budgeting frameworks because they understand that measuring impacts leads to better outcomes. It's not radical, it's responsible, and importantly, it benefits everyone. When cities are designed to be safer and more accessible for women, they become safer and more accessible for children, older residents, and people living with a disability as well. When women are economically empowered, communities are stronger. And when inequity is identified early, governments can make smarter investments. This motion tonight is about recognising that equality does not happen accidentally or on the so-called by the LNP basis of merit. It requires attention and it requires intention. And I want to say this clearly. Women in our community are tired of being told to wait. They're tired of hearing that there's no funding for essential community infrastructure while the LNP finds money for flashy overseas travel for LNP politicians and more Living in Brisbane newsletters going straight to the bin. I know what it means for women trying to navigate unsafe intersections with prams, and I know what it means for women to feel invisible in decision-making processes dominated by the LNP's politics rather than
Collier,
people.
your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on this motion. On behalf of this side of the chamber, which is made up of more than 50% of women, and we're very proud of that, Madam Chair, we also have more than 50%, we also have a cabinet made up of 50% women. So to say that this side of the chamber does not have a strong female decision-making team is just not fair. We're really proud of the Liberal Party, who can also claim the legacy of Brisbane's first and only female Lord Mayor, Sally Ann Atkinson. Nobody needs to tell us what it means for women in Brisbane. We know it, we live it, and we experience it every single day. The Lord Mayor's budget includes a raft of initiatives to support women in Brisbane at every stage of their lives, right across our city. These are initiatives like Women in Business Grants, which were introduced by the Lord Mayor in 2021 and has supported 263 women to launch their own business right here in Brisbane. But it isn't just initiatives that are limited to women, like in my family with my husband. He's the primary caregiver, so things matter just as much to him as they do to me when getting about our city. Everything we do, like delivering playgrounds, free events, investing in our libraries, helps to make Brisbane lifestyle even better while also supporting women and men right across our city. I'm sure that there are plenty more in the Lord Mayor's budget next week. And as you know, Madam Chair, the budget is only a few weeks away. What's in it, what it looks like, will be finalised very soon. And I'm sure when the budget is handed down, we will hear more from the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor about what this budget means for every single person in Brisbane. Madam Chair, I therefore move a motion that this be laid on the table until after the presentation of the 26-27 Council budget.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Atwood and seconded by Councillor Adaman that the motion be laid on the table. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 against.
That is carried. Councillors, resume your seat. Councillors, that now concludes the meeting.